everybody. Welcome back to another weekend open series for Champions TCG tournament coverage. I'm your host, Brett Banfi. Manifestival, check me out, twitch.tv/Manifestival. We are jumping into action here. Today we have an exciting event. We are bringing you live coverage of our under 10 cent $500 weekend open series. Every single card that's being played this weekend is under 10 cents on the marketplace right now. Let's jump into action. We are going to be looking at one of our world number one players, Oot, who has the current reigning title from his championship victory in our first ever Worlds Open, and he is playing off against Hypnotics at the top of the screen. Hypnotics playing with Psymist and the White Lily, so having drawn second. Amy at the bottom of the screen shows that Oot has a slight card advantage here. Dark Shell comes down, the White Lily suicides into Amy, and that's a pass back. Oot on 4. We are in game 2. We're not sure who took game 1, but Oot, as a world number 1 player, if I had to guess, I would say Oot is up a game in this round. Oot, again, with Amy, it can't kill that Dark Shell because that Aegis shield protects it. The shield will go down the first time it takes damage, but it preserves its health until that shield goes down. Some things conveniently get around the Aegis shield, such as the Hydroblast, because Hydroblast doesn't deal damage. Also, Curse, because again, Curse doesn't deal damage. So you see the Amy just runs into the Dark Shell just to remove the shield. Munta takes it out, and then Psymist, after the pass back, trades, and Munta gets another attack in for 5. We're seeing Hypnotics with 6 in hand compared to Oot at the bottom of the screen. 10 in hand. Oot, one of our Japanese players when Champions TCG went out to Tokyo, Japan, and did a showcase event in Akihabara. Oot was one of the players that made it all the way out to that district just to say hello to the Champions team. A big fan of what's going on here and loves the game. Ladacia comes down, then Snowbeak. Snowbeak incentivized to attack the face even though Munta can beat the Snowbeak down. That's likely what we'll see here. But Hypnotics taking his time, his moment to think about his turn here. Oot all the way down to 39. An attack from Munta drops him to 34. And we see that Draconics come down. Now the Snowbeak attacks back. And the Snowbeak evolves into the Ice Eagle. The Ice Eagle right on the borderline there. It began a few pennies under 10 cents. Now it's right on the border. So one of our few cards that's currently trading above 10 cents. And then Shadowsteel comes down. Drops another Snowbeak. And we might see another Ice Eagle. Shadowsteel comes down, drops a... Speedy and Fangs. Fangs able to take that Ice Eagle out. Speedy able to take Snowbeak out. Shadowsteel still looming. Oot still at 39. But Amy able to draw Hypnotics a few more cards. And hopefully help to balance out you see another Ladacia. Ladacia, interestingly, as we were talking about before, in our under 10 cent tier list video, which you can find on our YouTube channel, Ladacia has the exact same abilities and stats as one of our mythic cards, which is way over 10 cents. It's $5 right now, but Ladacia does the exact same thing, except you're only paying a few pennies for it. Just because it's a common, so that's the reason why it's a little bit cheaper to access for newer players. Ladacia taking out Fangs after I believe Fangs had been frozen, so suffering no damage on the crackback. And Oot with a big mana advantage and these very powerful cards on the board. Hypnotics, okay, trades off with Ice Eagle. Now comes Snowbeak. Yes, you want to usually trade that with the Ladacia right away. In a perfect world, you could drop your own Ladacia and also take out the Shadowsteel, but down comes Shadowfang. That is a big Psybeam and a pass back. Now, Oot can attack the Shadowfang, but the Ice Eagle and Shadowsteel only able to combine for 7 attack. And that Psybeam gives it the extra bonus, which is the difference between the health and the attack that it Psybeamed. And that is why Shadowfang went all the way up to a 4/8. Now we see double Encalius. That is 8 mana, so it's expensive to play. But when you play that, you feel rock solid in terms of both your offense and your defense. Only the Dread Spike presents a more threatening body on the field. Snowbeak comes down, just going face here. I'm not sure I really like that play of going face with the Snowbeak. Maybe there's nothing else to play out of Hypnotics' hand, but that is a very risky strategy. But down comes Synami, and Synami with Provoke. A very powerful card. We see Oot now with 9 mana, taking his time to think about this turn. Fontaria comes down, and Fontaria not on a lot of lists, but Oot always willing to do things a little bit differently. We see Synami able to take the shield off of both the Encaliuses. So that's the first start. Now you need double Ladacia, something like that, to take your opponent's army down. Shadowfang with a Psybeam, maybe back on the Shadowsteel. Then we see a double attack. And that is a pass back. Fontaria has the regrowth ability, so when it dies, it will give +2/+2, I believe, or maybe even, let's read because it might have changed. It gives +3 to the health of all of your opponents or all of your own champions. Now Hydromain comes down, Hydro blasts the Shadowfang, I was saying before how I don't really like this Shadowbeak that is sneaking in and dealing face, but suddenly the Shadowfang is really, or sorry, the Snowbeak is really starting to get some serious damage in. It's likely to die next turn, but here comes Shadowsteel, and it could get the Ice Eagle, evolve the Snowbeak. Wow, that would be huge. And now you have the Ladacia on the battlefield to back you up. And if you can go and get Ice Eagle right here, if you're Hypnotics, no, he doesn't, or he didn't have the mana for it. Let's see. So he played Hydromain 3. He played Ladacia, and he played Shadowsteel. So that was 9 mana, and a good turn, a very good turn. Jelly comes down, nothing to Hydroblast. That costs 2 mana for Oot. Now 7 mana remaining. Thank you for being with us right now. We are playing Champions TCG tournament coverage, under 10 cent list. Every card being played right now is under 10 cents on the Handcash Marketplace. Stoneclaw comes down, and it quadruple fortifies itself. Now, oh wow, just a monster regrowth from Fontaria. That has to feel back-breaking if you're Hypnotics, especially looking at that Ladacia, and you realize it ain't going to do anything. Fontaria pretty much countered it and took 2 of your cards out. And you have this 4/14 Stoneclaw. There goes the Snowbeak we said needed to die. Likely, okay, Hydroblast comes down. That's a perfect answer to Stoneclaw. In a perfect world, you would have dropped something like a Greed, like an Ami or a Business right there. Dizelle comes down, a big 8/9. Now passing back, and then Stoneclaw double fortifies. Munta comes down, likely to get the main, and it does. Drops it to 1. You're going to see an attack for 5 here. But wow, Hypnotics has really been playing successful here. Successful Magic. Dizelle can eat the Munta. Instead goes face. Oot all the way to 19. Munta going face now at 14. And there's 5 mana left to spend for Hypnotics. Fangs takes Munta out. Wow, we're seeing a massive swing here. Oot all the way down to 3 cards in hand. And Bug dropping in as a 4/5. Now, this Stoneclaw cannot eat any of the creatures on Hypnotic's side except for Fangs. Jelly cannot trade with any creatures except for Fangs. And Ami and Fangs, they bounce. So, really behind the 8 ball here with Oot. He's facing potentially a lethal attack next turn. Has to come up with something. Only 4 cards in hand. 9 mana. There goes Stoneclaw. Now it's going to double team with Ami to take out the Bug, likely. You may see Jelly take out the Fangs. Oh no, Ami. Yeah, there you go. Okay, then Cutie Bug comes down. I was surprised didn't choose Blooming Oot there. Business to draw 2. Not liking the sequencing coming out from Oot's side right now, because if this is your plan, you start with Business just to see what you draw. There goes Speedy. Then we see an attack on Munta. And now you're going to see a crackback for 10, dropping Oot to 4. Munta is lethal. We've already seen the Munta from Hypnotic, so not sure if he has the other one. It is a very good card. I believe I put it into the B tier, but it borders on that A tier. Down comes Draconics. Big win-seeking turn. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That is a lethal attack from the Shadow Fang. And we'll see if we were in game 1 or game 2. Looks like that was game 2. So we are going into game 3. A very exciting match here between Oot and Hypnotics. I'm your host, Brett Banfi, Manifestable. Thank you for being with me. And we are going to bring you back to live coverage here in just one moment. The players are taking a second to reset. We saw that giant Fontaria. I don't think I've ever seen a Fontaria actually pop off. But it was very good. Players are taking a second now. And so am I. I'm going to take a quick brief moment here. So excuse me for a second. I'll be right back.
It was Dan's name. I like. So stupid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are ready to roll. Players have begun. We're going to game 3, round 1 of Champions TCG under 10 cent $500 weekend open series. Every card being played costs less than a dime. Let's get going. Started off Oot at the bottom of the screen, began with the business. Was a very successful strategy for him last game. Unfortunately, he just got ran over by the brute force of the Hypnotics deck. Speedy comes down. We saw Snowbeak from Hypnotics take out the business, and now we see Dreadspike having evolved from the Dread Shell. Speedy trades with Shadowsteel. Shadowsteel went and found that Dreadspike with the Wind-Seeking ability. Down comes Fangs, drops that Dreadspike to a 6/5. Icicle freezes it. It can now trade with the Icicle, but recall that it has that shield on it. So the shield will block if the Icicle tries to go solo. It must go with Fangs, and that means that Fangs will die. 5 mana now for Oot. Thinking about his turn, a massive 11 cards in hand compared to just 6 for his opponent. Taking his time to think about this. 5 mana. Down comes Munta. 1 mana left. Will he have Fangs? Munta will be able to trade with the Ice Eagle, leaving the Dreadspike at a healthy 6 attack. Instead, Munta goes after Fangs. So that means there is no Fangs, but there is Snowbeak and rushes in for 4. Not sure how I like this play. Same as last time. I think this Ice Eagle does just swallow the Snowbeak, Unfortunately, that Ice Eagle is the Snowbeak's father, so it's a little bit weird. Now Munta able to trade with the Ice Eagle. So effectively, by Ice Eagle eating the Snowbeak, there it goes. Now you're going to be able to likely get the Munta as well. The pig on the motorbike, as we like to call it. Oh, wow. And it's a Bloom Blast on Dreadspike. Huge, huge turn 5 for Hypnotics. Now turn 6 for Oot. Fangs comes down. That gets the Ice Eagle. It was one for choice there with the Ice Eagle and the Bug, but the Ice Eagle, the correct play for sure. 5 mana now. If you're Oot, of course, playing another Munta, always a good turn. You could attack and kill that Hydromain. Another Fangs would be great. Getting the Bug. Ami would be good. Drawing a card. All of these cards under 10 cents right now on the marketplace. Thanks for being with me here on my Saturday morning, but whether it's morning, noon, night for you, we're happy to have you. Welcome to tournament coverage of Champions TCG. We're broadcasting in many different locations right now. We're on Twitch. We're on Facebook. We're on YouTube. We are bringing you tournament action here. $500 on the line. An attack. See, this was what Hypnotics was doing before, and I didn't like it. And that's what won him the game. He just kept pressing his attack. He's not playing defensively. He's playing aggressively. And we know, as we say on the stream a lot, aggressive Magic is winning Magic. It's important that you be cautious but aggressive. Or cautious but assertive. Down comes Ice Eagle. And that Blizzard on the Munta means no retaliation damage. Snowbeak sneaks in, gets a quick 4 damage on the Munta. The pig on the motorbike is gone. Fangs looming now. Could have been eaten by the Hydromain. Instead, sticks around. But again, we're seeing this aggressive strategy paying off for Hypnotics, because now Fangs has nothing profitable to attack. Could attack the face of Hypnotics, the Dark Lord up there. And we see another Fontaria. Fontaria just so brutal to deal with as a player, especially in these under 10 cent matches. Because, of course, there's also no mech wings in this format, just to let you know. So you cannot even mech wing the Fontaria. Down goes Hydro Main with an attack by the Shadow Fang, just like we talked about before. Fangs was able to get its sneaky 2 damage in, but now you are incentivized to kill your opponent's creatures because of the fact that Fontaria is down there. It makes them all that much more deadly. And the Encalius especially deadly with that Aegis Shield. That Aegis Shield does protect Encalius the first time that damage would be taken. And so you see that it is a 5/5. It looks like that white dragon. And there you see a double profitable attack there. Great job. And in a way, it did end up working out in Hypnotics' favor. He snuck 1 extra damage in compared to the Hydro main. Dreadspike comes down, and that is the biggest thing on the battlefield. The Fontaria, it will be able to trade with either the Snowbeak or the Icicle, likely the Icicle, and that will trigger the regrowth. But right now, just the Encalius is set to benefit. Now we see 8 mana available for Oot. So likely something powerful from Oot this turn. Last time, oh wow, that is a Fangs on the Ice Eagle. That's a big turn. Still with 7 mana to go. Fangs happy to receive the bounty of Fontaria. Jelly. Double Jelly coming down. Now the Dark Shell. So we're seeing a massive regrowth right here. There it is. And Encalius attacking the Dreadspike, willing to trade shield for shield. 8-7 versus 7-8. Excuse me, 5-8 versus 8-7. But Oot all the way down to 3 cards in hand. So this is the type of turn where when if you're Hypnotics and you can play a Ladacia on this turn, you feel extremely fortunate. And there it is. Oh my god, the Ladacia comes down again for Hypnotics on the turn that he needs it. Fontaria, regrowth, but Ladacia says, no, 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 not on my watch. Dreadspike, remember Dark Shell, the son of Dreadspike, first of its name, does have that shield. So instead, Dreadspike takes out Encalius. That's why I didn't know that I necessarily loved that decision by Oot to trade shields with the Dreadspike, because that means Encalius is dead on the crackback. Now, you can trade Fangs with Dreadspike to take it down. Otherwise, it will trade with Jelly. Munta just getting busy in the red zone. Not even going after Fangs. Wow. We're seeing, again, extremely aggressive play here. And Ladacia of his own for Oot. This is big. We're seeing every player playing out their entire hand. Another Fontaria. Wow. This is incredible. This is a really complex board. I'm trying to process how my mind would be thinking about this. Okay, so we see the triggering of the Ladacia there. And we see several cards that were regrowth and several that were not. Depends on when they came down. There is a time-stamping order to the effects. They trigger at the same time. Dark Shell now. And now we're starting to get busy in the red zone. Oot. Munta attacking face, and here we see Ladacia again. exactly when Hypnotics needed it. That White Lily all the way up to an 0-3. Now the pass back. Hypnotics at 50. We see the attack down 4-9 from the Shadow Steel and the Jelly. Now we'll trigger the Retribution. Jelly and Dark Shell survive that, and then a follow-up Ladacia. So I think every Ladacia has been played at this point. We will not see that card come down again. Business to draw 2. Hypnotics needed that again. But some of his decisions to attack the face and to just ignore these champions on the battlefield for Oot have backfired a tiny bit. Now we see Speedy hit the Ladacia, then a pass back. So we're going to see a big attack here. 11-15, dropping Hypnotics to 19. Likely what we'll see here, after that attack from Speedy, Business can take out Jelly, or Business can take out Amy. Speedy can take out Ladacia. And we could see... Oh, instead, we see Ice Eagle come down. Ice Eagle has the Blizzard for Speedy, so that... And then we see Dark Shell take out the Business. So now, with 5 mana left, 2 cards in hand, Oot plays out of Business, then his own Speedy. It's an attack for 3. Hypnotics 4 in hand. Staring down a very difficult board here. You need to trigger Retribution this turn, but you also, in a perfect world, you would have your own Retribution, but both of those have been played. Draconics, that Wind Seeks, but that is a 5 mana card, I believe. Yeah, so it's a 5 mana card. So you have 4 mana left, and you're facing an attack for 18-23. You're facing an attack for exactly lethal on this next turn. 4 mana, must kill something. There you go. That will preserve you 3 life. That is 3 mana, so you have 1 mana left, but you cannot use it. But doesn't matter because Snowbeat comes down, and that is lethal. So Oot takes the game here and moves on. And we are going to take a quick look at what we have in the works here for round 1 coverage. We see T-Max beat Borg-Cilium. Then we see K1 taking the victory against Boulder Magic. Yusin over Commander Chief. Jaden Global over Bay. Rafa Savage Puppy still going. Blends having lost to Anymoon. Brodnik beating Bruce. And we are waiting on Nicholas T-Man. And we also had a decision, Calhas over 0. All right. right, folks, I am going to take a brief break here, and we will be right back with more tournament coverage. Folks, we are going to, while we're waiting for our round 2 to start, we have one match remaining. This is the match between Rafa at the bottom of the screen and Savage Puppy at the top. Savage with 7 in hand, Rafa with 1. However, Savage at 11 health with a Magma Claw. Shadowfang and Ladasha on the battlefield. We are seeing that it is Savage Puppy's turn. Likely he's going to need to trade the Magma Claw with Ladasha. That Shadowfang will survive, get an attack in for 4, dropping the puppy to 7. Depending on what's in Rafa's hand here, it could be a lethal attack as early as next turn, but Ladasha, a great rip there for Puppy because he'll be able to team up on the Shadowfang. Now, of course, you want to... Oh, wow! That was a Psybeam Shadowfang combo. Ladies and gentlemen, Rafa is moving on. I was going to say, this seems really difficult to climb out of this hole, even though his opponent was all the way at 11 with facing a Ladasha. But wow, rips the Psybeam Shadowfang combo, and that was insane. Wow. I feel bad a little bit for his opponent, who is Savage Puppy, a wonderful, wonderful competitor. But I am blown away. That was an incredible finish. Just here I am trying to plan the turnout. Okay, the Ladacia, the Retribution, you have 13, you can afford to go down to 8, then you need to pause, and here he just says, nope, I'm going to win on this turn. I'm going to rip a Shadow Fang. All of these cards are under 10 cents, and you just saw the power of some of the cheaper cards that are out there on the marketplace. Facing against one of the best cards in the game, Ladacia, how do you climb back? You're against a Grumble. Your opponent has starting to assemble a massive army. How do you climb back? You rip the Shadow Fang Psybeam combo. That's how you come back. And you attack for 13. Unbelievable. Excellent magic. And that is why you wake up in the morning on your weekend and come and play Tournament Champions TCG. We have just concluded round 1. We are ready to post round 2. Let's jump back into the action and see more exciting coverage. Give me a moment. I am posting the pairings for the players. All right, and we have these pairings. Now we are looking at Brodnik Anymoon, K1 versus T-Max, Calahas versus T-Man, Oot versus Rafa, Jaden Global, Yusin, Big C Zero, Nacholess Hypnotics, Savage Puppy Bay, Commander Chief Bruise, and Blends Boulder Magic. Let's jump in. We are going to follow the coverage of... We'll take you into the Big C0 match. Here it is. It's just getting started. Hypnotics Nicholas just started. We are watching Champions TCG tournament coverage. Folks, if you want to drop us a comment, a shout out, ask a question on stream, go ahead and do that. We'll put it on camera for you. Take a second and just peek around the web. People tuning in. There's a big audience for Champions TCG in Japan. Argentina is starting to take off. And, of course, on the socials, you can follow us on Facebook. You can follow us on x.com. All right. So we have our tournament coverage up. Our chat channels are open. If you want to drop a chat question into us, we will read it on stream. There's also live tournament coverage from several different players, so you don't have to just follow mine. I'm not playing. I am just commentating on this coverage. But we are bringing you this coverage. Zero is streaming live. I believe Savage Puppy is streaming live. And let's jump in. We have our Big C0 match. These are two players who just go, they're heavyweights in this format. No other way to put it. Both players completely capable of winning this event. And we are jumping in. Zero at the bottom of the screen. Big C at the top of the screen. Big C with 10 cards in hand. 0-6. Big C did have a business drop on turn 2. Answered by a Speedy that ate it. But down comes the opposing Speedy. And that's what you get when you drop that early business. You get a slight card advantage, and you're able to go toe for toe, one for oneing with your opponent. Now the White Lily comes down. That's a bug that blesses itself. And that was turn 3 for Big C. We saw him deploy the White Lily, then passing back to 0 on 4. Icicle comes down, freezing the Cutie Bug. That is a defensive blizzard. I'm not sure how much I love those defensive blizzards. Sometimes you just need to put a 6/5 on the board, but in my opinion, you could just get so much more value out of that blizzard slightly later on in the game. The times to use that defensive blizzard are when your opponent is pressuring your life total. But in this case, they're not. And now, in this case, the Icicle is no longer even a 6/5. It is down to a 4/3, trades directly with Speedy, which already we know ate a previous Speedy. So we're seeing that the cards that have been traded so far is a Speedy and Business by Big C for an Icicle and a Speedy from 0. And for the net result of those trades, we saw a frozen Cutie Bug and a deployed Fangs. So again, I'm seeing a slight edge here in Business's favor, in Big C's favor. And down comes Amy to ice the cake. A big mana advantage now for Big C. Of course, 0. Sometimes you just have to press. And this will be a Bug Blast. So that's the Pillar Jello. The Jello Pillar combo. Down goes the Bug. And that was a very good, effective use of the 5-mana turn. One of the reasons why he maybe wanted to run out the Icicle on 4 was he was planning on doing a Bloom Blast on the following turn. Now comes Icicle with an offensive Blizzard. We're likely to see Jello face an attack from Amy and Fangs. They can team up to kill it, and that's what happens. Down comes the Pillar, and that is a Bloom on itself, not for the purposes of a blast, of course. No, he does not want to blast his own Amy. Instead, he wants to survive a follow-up attack. And the Pillar, okay, and that was a big Magma Claw. One of the things about those Pillars, they do soak up some Inferno damage. And that's what we saw there. Unfortunately, the Icicle did go down. Fangs cleans up the Magma Claw. Now you see this Amy that you bloomed up to 6 health. Does it want to go face or does it want to take this Pillar out? Big C is a proponent of going face a lot of times. We've seen that in the past for Big C. He's one of the more aggressive players. He's maybe not quite on the level of Hypnotics, but is an extremely aggressive player. Down comes the Dark Shell, then a Shadow Steel follows up. And that is a Windseek. Now, Windseek could very likely go and get that Dread Spike. The Dread Spike, the father to Dark Shell, will be able to evolve the Dark Shell. And the thing about the Dark Shell is, even if you have a Munta this turn, well, you could take it out with a Munta because you have the Caterpillar. But Big C could have protected the Dark Shell evolution by killing that Caterpillar, Cutie Pillar this turn. Because now, instead, what we see, the Snowbeak and the Draconics, Snowbeak trades, so it doesn't look like an Icicle was gotten. Instead, maybe 0 got his own Dread Spike. Unfortunately, the Dread Spike that 0 got is a full mana 7. There is the Dread Spike that Big C got. However, the difference is that Big C able to evolve his. That is huge. After getting 3 damage in, and now we see a Bloom Blast combo. 0 having sort of pioneered that strategy, and now we're seeing Big C, one of the other big Bloom Blast players in this format. Down comes the business. We're all the way up to 8 now. Oh, wow. And this is a follow-up Bloom Blast on the Dread Spike. And, yeah, when you feel like a kick in the pants getting your Draconics Dread Spiked or Bloom Blasted, trust me, the Dread Spike is way, way worse. You have the Aegis that just does nothing, goes to waste because of that Hydroblast just getting around, not caring, not dealing damage. So it doesn't care about the special shield on the Dread Spike. Instead, Magma Claw comes down. I believe that was a Magma Claw from Big C, but it does self-immolate. Now business was cleaned up. Then Bug takes down main. We're seeing an attack for 10 here. 0 down to 39. But if you're 0 and you're untapping now with 9 mana. Oh, but a whiff on his own Magma Claw. He gets no opposing creature. Instead, he self-immolates and then drops Shadow Steel. Shadow Steel, of course, a great card, but sometimes if I'm planning on Magma Clawing and then Shadow Stealing no matter what, I will sometimes Shadow Steel first just to draw the card. I think that those slight sequencing steps can sometimes make a difference, especially in these grindy matchups against a mere Bloom Blast combo player. Now we see the Ami did take 2 damage off the Inferno. We also see the Jello took 4. So is down to just 1. Now Shadow Steel down to a 3-1. Ami able to just eat it after the curse from Fangs and getting an attack in for 6 from Big C. Now dropping Incalius. You have to feel, a double Incalius. I was going to say, you feel really great if you're Big C getting that Incalius on the board, but getting 2... Wow, and 0 just scoops. That would have been an attack back for 22. So, yeah, I think that it's maybe fair to scoop there, but I think maybe what 0 is saying is let's shuffle up game 2. I'm going to give you game 1. Hey, this is a best of 3. So, and sometimes that can be the best thing you can do as a player. Is just know which battles to pick and to pick those. So if you feel very strongly you are a dog in this matchup, do you want to sit there and play out 5 more turns for your 0.01% chance that you are going to write a miracle into the history books? Or are you willing to just shuffle them up again? And I like the decision. Maybe I think it was a bit early there to go for just the insta scoop because you are at 33. You're not facing a lethal attack there, but just sometimes as a player, it's important to keep your head in the game, and you don't want to necessarily, if your head's not in the game, you might as well just play another game. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing, oh wow, a very early evolution into Dread Spike. An attack for 2 with a threat to attack for 10 next turn. That would drop Big C to 46, and now we see even 3 mana. That's a bug on itself. So maybe no blast in hand because 0 very, very careful to keep his bug blasts for late game. Instead, we see business come down. Drawing Big C 2. Big C up to 12 in hand. After having deployed an Ami and a business. Down comes White Lily, so he already had the additional card just from going second here. Then a Dark Shell, then a pass back. Business and Cutie Bug could team up here to take that shell off the field. That would require the Business to take lethal damage. That's what we see. The Bug and the Business combine. It does kill the Business. Now we see Beak coming down and an attack for 8. A powerful turn from Zero, playing strong competitive Magic. Instead, we see just a 5-4 run out by Zero. But look at what he has. He has 16-21 attack on the board. Big C potentially facing an attack for 21 next turn. Now, any Fangs comes down and interrupts that, there are lots of things that Big C could have, but we saw him run out last turn just a casual Dread Shell, Dark Shell. Just a casual Dark Shell. Down comes Ladacia. So a good card for Big C to have. Don't get me wrong, Ladacia is a great card to have, but you're still facing a massive attack here. A Blizzard on Ladacia. For some reason, we saw the Snowbeak attack White Lily. I'm not sure why it did that. We see 6 mana for Zero here. As we said before, this is an attack for 21, 12, 16, 21. Wow. So just trigger the Retribution. It just goes to show you how powerful that Retribution is, that you can just clean a board up like that with one card. Down comes Jello just as a vanilla 6/5. Big C at 35 has taken 25 damage. We see a careful pause here from Big C. So with an attack potentially for 21 last turn, instead I think we saw an attack for 8 and Ladacia for 3 mana clear the rest out. There goes Magma Claw. It hits the Jello, whiffs on the Dread Spike, and goes easy on itself. Passing back 7 mana. Dread Spike trades with Magma Claw just to get the Business double greed. I think it's a good play. Down comes Dark Shell. What do you have for 2 mana? Speedy, keep that pressure on Zero. You're really starting to tighten some screws here, but again, Big C hanging on. He was potentially facing an attack for 21 the previous turn. Now, then last turn potentially facing an attack for 8. And through the course of those 2 turns, he's only soaked up 11 damage. So he's managing to stave off his opponent. His opponent is trying to grind, but will it be the glint in the clouds that Big C needs to start to build off of this card advantage that he's accumulated early on in the game? Down comes double Aegis. That's Encalius and Dark Shell. Okay, turning back, this is Masa. That's a good sign. The Bloom Blast in effect here. Do you want to just drop the Dark Shell now and attack for 2? Or you can get an attack in for 8. That would only drop your opponent to 24. And it would leave the Dark Shell. The Dark Shell could eat the jelly. So it might be a reason to, wow. Instead, Business just goes down. We see an attack for 7 from Snowbeak and Dark Shell. So let's count it up now. 8, 12, 18 on the crackback right now. That would put Big C at 8. If you could attack even with 3 creatures next turn, That is a big win if you're 0. 4 cards in hand. You want to allow at least 3 of these cards to survive until the next turn. He's walking that tightrope. He's on the fine line between running out of gas and getting to the summit. Down comes Magma Claw, takes itself out, but look, I believe, remember we said 3 need to survive to keep this pressure on. So far, 3 have survived, and that's exactly what happens. Now we're going to see an attack for 10, dropping Big C to 15. It's the evolution to Dread Spike. That draws a card. Down comes Magma Claw. Then comes Speedy. This would even drop Big C down to 12. Now you're facing potentially needing, again, if you can get 3 of your champions to survive here, you are likely winning this game. I think 0 has just barely managed to walk that fine line between running out of gas and reaching the summit. He looks like he will even the score against his opponent Big C. These two oftentimes squaring off against each other in these big tournament matches, both very frequently at the top of the tables. Unfortunately, both players in the losers bracket this game, or this round. I'm not sure who Big C's opponent was last game, but must have been someone very good, because we saw that Big C, I believe, suffered a loss last round. Let's double check. Oh, it was the bye. So Big C is in the losers bracket, but he's in the winning side of that bracket just because we had an odd number of players, and 0 at the top of the losers bracket, Big C at the bottom of the winners bracket. A loss here would really harm Big C's chances at getting into that top 8. He would only have 3 more rounds, would need to go undefeated, but he would be playing from the bottom of the bracket. Down comes Magma Claw. Munta takes it out, and this is a lethal attack. All right, so we are going to go to game 3. Boulder Magic is in a match with Blends. 0 opening his game against Big C. Calhas opening his game against T-Man. The Chief himself facing off against Bruise. We are excited to bring you some of that coverage here, but for right now, we are going to continue on with our game 3 against a Big C against 0. This is Champions TCG tournament coverage. That game has just started. Let's jump in. This is game 3, round 2, weekend open series, Champions TCG tournament coverage. $500 on the line. Will you be the one of the tournament players earning this money? Every single card that's being played right now, all under 10 cents on the marketplace. Yesterday, our winning deck list cost $1.50 to buy and build. And believe me, there is nothing, they may be cheap cards, but they are not weak cards. Trust me. These are Gen 1, Gen 2 mixed tournament format staples. That's one of the nice parts about Gen 2. There is massive, massive value at the bottom end of that pricing of the marketplace. Cards like Speedy, cards like Snowbeak, cards like Ladacia that we're seeing being played right now. You can buy 2 of each of those for less than 40 cents. Down comes Amy, another card. It's around 3 cents right now. Draws 2 with Greed. Very important in this game. That Greed mechanic. Let's take a look at Greed just for those players who aren't aware. So you can see Amy, that's the name of the card. It's at the top of the screen. You can see the number 3 in the blue. That's the mana cost. And then the ability. That is what's written in white. That is in between the red and the green circles at the bottom of the screen. You can see Munta, the pig on the motorbike, with that ability Rush. You can see Fangs, the little purple rat, with that ability Curse. Some of these abilities are good all the time. Some are good only in certain situations. And what we see with that Greed, we see that is usually always a good card. So many good Greed cards from Gen 2 still being sold for pennies. Ice Eagle down, Blizzard on Dark Shell. Looking at Fangs, passing it back. Now Big C, 7 in hand. Fangs does not want to tangle with that Ice Eagle. That Ice Eagle looking extremely hungry. And this purple rat looks like lunch. It is a little bit menacing, but not compared to this eagle. The eagle almost has orange eyes. I've never noticed that before. Beautiful plumage there. Darkened blue on the wing. Lives in a snowy forest. I'd like to go visit that forest. Down comes Speedy. Speedy's some sort of I don't know what this is. Is this a dog? Is that like a rat? I don't know. It's like a Wolverine. Either way, it is charging. It's running through some brush grass. It has some sort of David Byrne or David Bowie kind of hairstyle or something like this. Or Andy Warhol. I don't know. What is that? That's like David Byrne hair. This cutie bug, what is up with its face? It's so funny. The bug is, first of all, it's just such a great card. It's played in all formats. It's played in Gen 1, Gen 2 mix, not just Gen 2. It's a staple in Gen 2. It's in my S tier list. If you haven't seen my video, go check it out. I rank all of the cards that are under 10 cents in the marketplace, and I put them on a tier list from S tier all the way down to the F tier. Cutie Bug made it into the S tier list. Dark Shell, I believe, is in the B tier. You see Dark Shell there from 0 on the bottom of the screen. At the top of the screen, we see Big C. The shells each have a Aegis shield. They trade those shields after the attack from Big C. Sometimes when we see that, and there comes the bug kills the shell. So this is a very good turn for Big C. And then drops the Incalius. Wow. Even better. I was going to say sometimes when we see that, we'll see an evolution into the Dread Spike, but it wasn't the case this time. Instead, just dropping a 5/5 with Aegis, paying full mana, so that is 4. And Callius just sitting on the borderline of Gen 2 playable. And Callius, Bloom Blasted, Bug Jelly combo, 3 mana left for 0, down comes Shadow Steel. What will he find? Will he find the Dread Spike? With no Dark Shell, you did just see your Dark Shell felled last turn, so wouldn't be able to evolve it, but 7 mana for an 8/7 shield, still very good, although Big C, known to play that Bloom Blast combo, we see he has double bug, so likely doesn't have the combo, as he did run out his bugs, and you do fade the blast with the Dark Shell, the Dread Spike. The Dread Spike fades the blast on his own. It is an 8/7. So that important, typically with your health, the more the better. So if you have a choice between an 8/8 and an 8/7, of course you want the 8/8. But we're seeing with Hydroblast, like we just saw right there, we're seeing that actually having 7 is sometimes better than having 8 because you do get around a naked Hydroblast. So it is just a pillar. It looked like Big C he has the Mono Cutie deck. We can see these now taking a closer look. So this is the cutie pillar, and that does evolve into this cutie bug. They are so silly. So you just imagine this little cutie pillar wandering around on the forest floor, just so looking like lunch to all of these snowbeaks and ice eagles and all of these fangs, these rats. Everything would want to eat this cutie pillar, but somehow it's able to find enough food that it evolves, and after it evolves, it's just so happy with itself. I found some food. I'm a cutie bug. Instead, we see the ice eagle blizzard defensively on that opposing bug. So not able to eat it for lunch yet, wants to eat it for lunch tomorrow. Masa comes down, and that is a bloom. I believe bloomed himself. I missed where Masa bloomed. Maybe he forgot to bloom. We can see that. Or maybe he hasn't chosen yet. But I think it is Big C's turn. I thought I saw Big C draw the card. I was too busy thinking about this cutie pillar walking around on the forest floor. What do you think the cutie pillar eats? Like, everything in this game eats that cutie pillar. Everything. The ice eagle, the snowbeak. Maybe not the jelly, just because they're water creatures. But everything. This shadow steel. This thing would eat that cutie pillar. But what would the cutie pillar eat? Like, does it eat the turd worms? I don't know. What do caterpillars eat? Someone reach out to us in the comments. What do caterpillars eat? They eat leaves, right? Because isn't there that book, the Hungry Caterpillar, and doesn't it eat leaves? We don't see too many leaves in the game. Instead, Shadowsteel comes down. Ladacia follows it up. Shadowsteel likely drew a random card. Business from Big C. Now we see a pass back to 0. So Big C down to 3 in hand, and we see Ladacia on the battlefield. It was an insta trade. Didn't even need to think about it. This is take out your Shadowsteel. I think 0 has something planned here. It is that Dread Spike we talked about before, and he is paying the full mana value for it. But look, we see an attack back for 11. Still not into the threatening. What would be nice here if your Big C is a Bloom Blast. But as we see him with his mono cutie strategy, he's cutied out, and he can't blast. He can't naked blast the spike. We talked about that before. So it's just going to be maybe a pillar to drop the shield. He could try to double team both bugs on the spike, but if you're doing that, okay. So maybe Shadowsteel, go find my Ice Eagle. There it is, freeze, and now he can kill the Dread Spike freely. No retaliation damage. The mono cutie strategy is turning out to be extremely effective, and we saw 0 deploy Ladacia, and that was Big C that deployed Ladacia. Instead, this is a Bloom Blast combo, and that adds 6 power to the board. Draconics to Wind Seek. What is he Wind Seeking here? Maybe his own cutie strategy. Maybe he will go find his own bug on the forest floor. This thing looks like it would eat a cutie pillar. That's a dragon. Dragons eat. I don't think dragons eat cutie. I don't think they eat cutie pillars. They don't have time to waste on that. Maybe they would eat one if it like fell in its mouth. If it was just yawning and then it just fell in its mouth, yeah, maybe. But it wouldn't go around hunting cutie pillars. It needs way more energy than that little bug can provide. It will eat that Shadowsteel though. I think that thing looks like lunch to that dragon. The Snowbeak looks like lunch. The frog, I think it would just eat the frog out of spite. Just because it's in a business suit, and the Draconics is probably going to say, what, you think you're better than me? You think because you have a Rolodex that you're more important than me? I might not have a suit and a tie, but I do have these fangs. Your lunch. I think that's what the Draconics would say to business. Instead, we see a giant attack. This is 9, 11, 19, dropping 0 to 20. And then the pig on the motorbike gets in for a skid mark of 5. 0 at 15. But now, Big C at... oh, there's the pillar. And it is a pillar to bloom the Shadow Steel. Not sure I like that. That's an Ami. That's just a salt in the wound Ami. 0 pass back. Now, Big C, the nice part about seeing your opponent completely play out their whole strategy, you know what you're facing against. And that is Draconics. Attack your Shadow Steel. That's why I don't necessarily like that pillar blooming the Shadow Steel. It's just going to eat an attack from Draconics anyway. Business to draw a card. Again, if you're going to draw the card first. Now we see the Bloom Blast combo. That gets Munta. But we're likely still... We do have a Hydro Fang that can attack. And that will be able to eat or trade, excuse me. And that's a pillar. So this is one of the important parts about the Bloom Blast Mirror combo. Is that when you run all these cutie bugs and cutie caterpillars, then you can bloom yourself. And remember, the Hydro Main, will it attack the business? Or will it trade? Is the life total, let's see, do a count, 10, 19. You're facing exactly 19 this turn. I think, and he's going for business, so he's just saying, okay, if you got a Munta, if you can skid mark me this turn, you win. Otherwise, I'm going to go to 2. And I'm going to hope that I can fade a Munta for the rest of the game. Down comes Draconics. Goes and finds Ice Eagle maybe. Does he have another Ice Eagle? That is a Windseeker. Big C with 2 in hand. Needs to find 2 damage. Needs to find 2 damage on the top of his deck. If it was a random card. The other thing importantly here, Big C with 12 in hand. So not yet worrying about his card draw. 0 would have to run this game out. Oh, and that is a pillar on the Draconics. I kind of like that. You know, so you're setting your opponent's life total by 1. But you do so just so we know, that cutie pillar we were talking about, the Draconics would only eat the cutie pillar if it fell in its mouth. Well, that cutie pillar just finally fought back. Okay, that was Draconics from Big C to find the Ice Eagle off of the Wind Seeking from Snowbeak, and that is a Frozen Hydro Main. We're going to see a big attack. I believe he will be at 3 after this attack is all said and done. Also, you added a 6/5 to the board. It's going to be very difficult to deal with. Of course, your Jello can eat or can trade with Draconics. And you have 5 creatures to your opponent's 4. Sorry, you have 4 creatures to your opponent's 5. Draconics comes down. You have 4 mana left. That Blizzard defensively might have just won the game for Big C. We're starting to see some trades. This means that we're likely out of the... And we still see 3 lethal attackers, only 1 legal attacker. Or, yeah, 3 lethal. There's the Speedy. And that's a pass. So Ice Eagle, as we mentioned before, that Blizzard to freeze the last turn, that Frozen Hydro Main did finally... That if you imagine how the turn could have gone without that Blizzard, that Hydro Main would have been able to trade with the Ice Eagle, but instead Ice Eagle does take this game, dropping 0 to a negative life total. That is good enough for a victory, and we are going to jump into more tournament coverage here. We're watching Blends Boulder Magic. And while we're doing that, I'm going to take a quick second to just update you on where we are in the standings. So I won't be narrating the following action. Instead, I'm going to take a moment, draw my attention away, look at this round 2, and give you an update. Brodnik able to beat Anymoon. T-Max able to take out K1. Cal has T-Man in their final game, I believe. Oot victorious over Rafa, 2-0. Yusin victorious over one of our previous tournament winners, Jaden Global. Big C, we just saw, managed to eke out a victory against Zero. Nacholis victorious against Hypnotics, dropping Hypnotics into the 2-loss bracket. Savage Puppy with the victory over Bay. Commander Chief over Bruise. We see Blends, Boulder Magic. That is the game we're watching right now. And now we are 2 matches away from reporting. It is Calhas and it is Blends. All right. And we will jump in to let the players know. All right, now we're going to jump back into our game action. We will take a view on what is happening. It looks like we're seeing Munta, Darkshell, and Grumble. Both Darkshell and Grumble are shieldless. They do come in the battlefield with Aegis, but when they get attacked for the first time, they lose that shield. And now they're both without. We see Ice Eagle able to eat the Grumble, then Munta able to eat the Darkshell. Pass back. Munta, the pig on the motorbike at the bottom of the screen, will be able to crash into either one of these or just go 5 directly to Boulder Magic. Boulder Magic at the top of the screen, 25 cards in library, 26 for Blends. Each player with 6 in hand, Blends with 5 mana to spend. The Ice Eagle looking austere, watching over this game board. Down comes Speedy, ready to crash through. Speedy can go after the Munta or the Ice Eagle, or it could just attack face. 3 mana left for Blends. We're bringing you, this is tournament coverage of Champions TCG. Every card in this game that is being played, all under 10 cents currently on the marketplace. That was the stipulation. That was the rule the players had to agree to prior to playing these games. They can only use the cheapest cards in the game. But guess what? Those cards may be cheap, but they are not weak. We see one of the best cards in the game right now, Ladacia, coming down looking fierce. And that must be killed immediately. If you're Boulder Magic, you cannot let Ladacia survive. You must kill it the turn it comes into play. Now you play the business, the Frog in the Suit, draw your 2 cards with Greed, and then a single Fortify through Digglyfur. Digglyfur, some sort of like wombat. It's like an evolution of the meerkat, but it's a little bit chunkier. It's like a meerkat that eats other meerkats. It looks a little bit omnivorous. Speedy on the battlefield, down at the bottom of the screen for Blends. Digglyfur, the double Digglyfur, but this time Blends gets a additional Fortify, raising that health up to 9 from his Digglyfur compared to the one on the opposite field. And now an attack for 3. Blends favoring getting that aggressive damage in. Shadow Steel, what did it go and find? It could find Smacky, or it could just get a random card with Windseek. Shadow Steel, the bird from the chimney. It looks like it's coming out of Game of Thrones. It has feathers everywhere. It looks like the type of bird where if you're a bird, like a bird girl, and you bring that bird home to meet your family, like your parents are pissed. Like that is not the type of bird you want to bring in to meet your dad. Your dad would be pissed off. It looks like the type of bird that would just like, like the equivalent of wearing a leather jacket, like what that was like in the 50s. Like that's an outsider. That bird is not playing by the rules. It's making its own rules. Instead, Shadowbeak takes it out, but not before the Snowbeak takes it out. But the Shadowsteel still able to win seek and kill a card. That is how you play tournament Magic. You need to get a card advantage over your opponent. Here comes Baba. This is probably my favorite art in all of the game. I love Baba. Such a cute little card. See, this is the type of card you would bring home to meet your family, right? Like, if you were a little girl sheep and you brought home the Baba, you're getting the keys to the car. Like, yeah, you can take it out. Go ahead. Would you be concerned about your daughter sheep dating that Baba? No. But you would be concerned about your daughter sheep taking your car and going out on a date with Shadowsteel. Hell no. Not on my watch. That is a Dizelle with a big-time Digleyfur Psybeam. The opposing Digleyfur takes it out. Now Dizelle with a big 14 health and Boulder Magic. Playing with the Psybeam strategy. Wants to sneakily get that attack in. Let's see if he can do it. Baba. 4-1. Facing a Grumble with the shield. Down goes Baba. Dies to the Jelly. Jelly and then pass. Blends now. 8 in hand. 4 for the Jello. That blasts the Dizelle. Then an attack for 3 by Speedy. And what do we see? The turn, the pass back now. Grumble taking a look. Six in hand as opposed to 2 for blends. If you just had to bet money like on a racehorse, I'm going to bet on Boulder Magic here. Ladacia coming down. Now Draconics drawing with Windseek. Of course, Draconics unable to go get Grimzilla, which is part of the evolution for Grumble because we are playing 10 cents and under. Every card on the battlefield is a 10 cent or less card, it is technically all under 10 cents, so it doesn't even include 10-cent cards. So Draconics goes and finds maybe a random card with Boulder Magic. Pass back. 3 in hand. Blends. 9 attack. Down comes Dread Spike, but that is 7 mana. That is almost your full turn. And we're going to see getting busy in the red zone. That's an attack for 9. Now the pass back. Looking at the Boulder Magic board, it is an attack for 15, dropping blends to 23. There's something to be said for that, although the Dread Spike would eat the Draconics. But important to be aggressive in these games. Stoneclaw and Digleyfur both triple fortify here. Grumble drops the Dread Spike shield. Wow. Big turn. Ladacia triggers the Dread Spike with an attack, kills it. Speedy down, eaten by Draconics. And that's going to be it. That's a Dark Shell pass. Now the Dread Spike again comes down, but again full mana, 7 mana. This is setting Blends back. Although the Dread Spike is so powerful, we saw that it died to the single Ladacia last turn. Just goes to show you how powerful Ladacia is. I've said this all weekend long. Ladacia, only 10 cents, yet every time it's on the board, it is game changing. Must be dealt with immediately. Only a few cents on the marketplace. One of the most powerful cards. Jello taking out Draconics. Now passing back to Boulder Magic. We see an attack here again for 15. Again dropping Blends to 23. But very likely these big fortified creatures will end up teaming up and taking out this Dread Spike. And down comes his own Dread Spike. Look at the advantage that he's getting. Boulder Magic. That's how you play tournament Magic. You are playing these big time mana efficiency boosts when you evolve your shells into the spikes. And Blends trying desperately to hang on here, but he's paying full mana every time, and Dread Spike's costing 7. Finally, the Grumble and the Digglyfur combine for a big attack. Now we see Blends. Sparkmane comes down. That zaps for 2. Ice Eagle's going to freeze the Stoneclaw. 1 mana left. This is an attack for 25. That is lethal. And Boulder Magic is going to move on. Now, I believe we're in Game 3 here, but I'm not 100% positive. I'm just going to take a brief moment to, while the game players finish that game, that is a lethal attack. So we're going to take a second while the players shuffled up to review the rest of the rounds. We were waiting on 2 rounds to finish here. All right. We see that the Calhas T-Man game is still going. It looks like Blends Boulder Magic just wrapped up, but we need to double check that that was Game 3. Let's take a look at our lobby. Bring you back in. We're watching Champions TCG coverage. This is a very, very fun game. Digital trading card game that actually incorporates trading into the mechanics of the game. Unlike, when we think about Pokemon, Magic, one of the things that makes those games so fun, you can trade those cards. You open up a pack with your friends, immediately decide that you want to trade this for that, etc. Well, that's what you can do with these digital cards. Unlike other digital trading card games, there is no trading involved. They are just simply digital cards. But in Champions TCG, it restores the concept of trading to the trading card game, and it builds an open economy for those cards. Now, those cards in the open economy get priced by the market. So what we're seeing right now is maybe all of these cards that are being played right now, they are format defining, they're tournament staples, all under 10 cents in the marketplace. So one of the things that you see with these open economies like exist with Champions TCG is that, and we see that the round has finished for all of our participants. So we are going to go ahead and finish that round and then pair round 3. That's what's coming up right now. But what I was saying is that what you see with these economies is that sometimes the cards are priced incorrectly. And I mean, not to say that they're incorrect. You know, maybe these cards should be under 10 cents. Who knows? All I'm saying is that compared to other cards that may be under 10 cents, these ones are absolutely head and shoulders above some of the other ones. So, you know, like for example, not all commons are alike. You know, some commons they might not be worth too much more. Maybe average common might be worth, you know, 5 to 8 cents or something like that, and a really good common it might only be worth around, you know, 14 to 15 cents or so. You know, so it's small differences in the pricing of these, but that's what you get when you have utility driven economics involved, because these cards, there are some that do get used more frequently than the others, right? So there's always a need for all cards, because there's many players that are trying to build a complete set, right? So there will always be, whether a card is good or bad, there will be some amount of people that will want that card just so that they can say that they have a complete set of the Generation 2 that was launched on September 21st. But there's going to be the same number of people that want those cards in for building a complete set. When you add to that the players that need those cards for playing tournament Magic, now you're starting to see the market dynamics emerge, and it's really fascinating to watch. That's one of the reasons why we're highlighting this tournament. Again, if you're just tuning in, every card that's being played in this tournament right now is a $500 free to enter event, and every card is under 10 cents right now in the marketplace. Those are the cards that players agreed to play with as a stipulation of the tournament rules. So every player had to build their list from a set list of cards under that 10-cent threshold. And what we're seeing is that these cards are still format defining despite being just pennies. All right, let's jump in. We are going to bring you more tournament coverage here. Zero dropped that game against Big C and is now in the 2-loss bracket, still able to turn that into a top 8 finish, but it's starting to become unlikely. We see Big C Brodnik, we see T-Man Oot, and we see Usen T-Max. Let's jump into, let's see which game we're going to jump into. All right. We have Big C Brodnik that just began. Let's go ahead and jump into that one. We've been following Big C the last event. Followed him last game. We know he's on this Bloom Blast mirror strategy. Fangs comes down, hits that Speedy. Cutiebug comes down, blooms itself. So Big C not trying to sandbag the Bloom Blast, just willing to run it out as a 4/5 vanilla. You see that with the Speedy able to take out, and down comes the Pillar, then the Hydromain, deploying the White Lily. So both these players on that Bloom Blast combo shell. Fangs looking at that Cutie Pillar like it's lunch. Now, Fangs doesn't get to look at too many cards like their lunch. Let's face it, he's a 2/2. You're not putting him in the deck because of his powerful stats or his very cool art, which of course he has amazing art. But he does get to tangle sometimes in the red zone, and this time instead of tangling with that Pillar, he is going after that Hydromain because it was frozen by the Ice-Eagle. Down comes Cutiebug. That's going to be a Bloom Blast on the Ice-Eagle. Ice-Eagle so austere in its posture. Another Hydromain comes down, then a pass back, but here you see the cleverness that Big C set up last turn by freezing and then Fangs on the main. Now you're going to see this big water puppy. What is that even? Like, is that a puppy? It's whatever it is. It's similar to the same animal that Speedy is, but it's just like a water version. It's like some sort of like cross between, I don't even know. It's like it looks kind of like a dog rabbit. Anyway, it's going to die to fangs. That's the point. Fangs, we can pretty clearly see that that's a rat. A big purple rat. Okay, another fangs. The bug goes down. Hydromane frozen with the blizzard. That is a defensive freeze. We are in round 3, game 1. Big C Brodnik. This is the double win bracket. I'm Brett Banfi. I'm your host. Thanks for being with us on your Saturday. Tuning into Champions TCG tournament coverage. Run these events every single day. $50 free events every weekday. Join the Discord, discord.gg/Champions TCG. Every weekend, they are $500 prize pool events with a 300, 150, 50 split for first, second, third. And our tournament players also compete for highly coveted tournament edition cards that get distributed for placing in the top 8 in our weekend event. Our weekend events are 2-day format. Day 1 is 5 rounds of Swiss coverage. We are bringing that to you right now. We're in round 3. Excuse me. And day 2 is a single elimination reseeded bracket. First through 8th. And it is best of 5. Now we see Ladacia come down all weekend long. We've been talking about how I think this is the best card in the format. You could maybe argue Ice Eagle is on the same tier as Ladacia. We didn't include Ice Eagle in our under 10 cent tier list video because it was trading right at 10 cents at the time that I made the video. But after that video, it dropped down briefly. We added it to the tournament list now. If it were to be, it is certainly S tier. But would it be as good as Ladacia in this format? I'm going to go ahead and say no. I think Ladacia is the standalone best card in the set when it comes down to our under 10 cent format. We see Hydromane and Callius. We see everything trading. Now the pass back to Big C. White Lily for Brodnik. And Big C at 56. So all said and done, both players roughly even. 6 cards for Big C, 5 cards for Brodnik. This will be an important turn, setting the tone. One thing to notice, Brodnik at 23 in library versus Big C 22. Big C did go first. So has given up 4 life. But for those life, he has managed to carve out a slight advantage. It is a slight advantage, but it is an advantage in both mana and card development, card draw. Important to measure, and there comes business. So what we talked earlier about a slight advantage, guess what? Starting to rock slide right now, that is starting to move out of the slight into the massive advantage. Not quite at massive advantage yet. We still need to see how the cards get deployed because it's going to, in Callius, a perfect follow-up to that strategy. What you'd like to see here is trade down, double greed again for Big C. That's sort of, if you're Big C, that's your strategy, that's your plan. If you're Brodnik, you just saw the first 6 turns, 6 turns, and give a slight edge to Big C. Down comes Encalius. Now 3 mana left. No longer has the White Lily. Of course, we did deploy that already. Wow, and that was a defensive blizzard on Encalius. That, I think, is too little too late. If I'm Big C, I look at that and I see my opportunity to strike and take advantage of a big mana efficient turn here for example, Brodnik, likely no Ladacia. Down comes Cutie Pillar. Down comes Jello. Adding 7 power to the board, killing the Ice Eagle, getting an attack in for 2. Of course, the Encalius can't attack. It was frozen. And that is... Jello is 4, I believe. So 3 mana left for Big C. Will he deploy it? Will he hang on? Of course, if you're Big C, you would love to deploy something like Dread Shell right here would be, or Dark Shell could be really good. Probably be the perfect card. You're adding to the board. It's resilient. Shadow Steel, even better, I would say. Keeping that advantage, you could go and get your Cutie Bug with the Shadow Steel when seeking. Business, okay, Magma Claw, very good turn for Brodnik. I mean, not great. Let's just call, let's call it as it is. You would have loved to have deployed something additional to the Magma Claw with your additional 2 mana, but you got 2 cards off the board. You ate the business eventually, and you only had to take in a crackback for 11 to do that. Now, the Encalius still has the shield. Draconics comes down, so Big C really playing high pressure Magic right now. He's not giving Brodnik any chance at building a comeback. He's just continually keeping the pressure on. That's how you have to play these games. You need to, that your opponent, your opponent is a good player too. Okay? You're not going to sit there and think, oh, maybe my opponent will just let all my cards live. Your opponent's going to kill your stuff. That's what they do. But what you need to do is you can't be hanging your hat on anything. You need to be continually presenting new threats, new challenges. Yes, they're going to be able to solve the ones that you create, but you need to create another one. In the meantime, they're trying to solve the previous one. You've created a new one. And eventually, you keep doing this, and you build card advantage. Ultimately, your opponent is just going to completely become exhausted. And this is sort of how it works in the animal kingdom too, right? If you're hunting down some prey, you don't just imagine that you just walk up to the prey will just sit there and let you go at it. You know that you need to weaken the prey, that you need to know what its tendencies are. You need to play into those tendencies. Does it have a tendency to go into a tree? Does it have a tendency to run across an open plain? What are your different strategies for taking it out, depending on which of those it's going to do? You need to be crafting new plans based on updated information. And that's exactly what you do with Tournament Magic. You continually reassess the field, reassess the situation. Sometimes you need to play defensively, sometimes you need to play aggressively. Always you're rethinking your strategy and building an aggressive plan, a cautious but aggressive and assertive strategy. That gets you, and there's the tournament business. Wow. Let's just take a moment to zoom in on that. Several $100s for this tournament business card right here. That's what these players are playing for. They are playing for the glory of these tournament version cards that can be sold on the open marketplace for several $100s. Again, all of the cards that are being played on the battlefield, they are available in the marketplace for under 10 cents. Now, this is a special edition of business, so the normal edition is available for under 10 cents. This tournament edition is allowed to be played because the normal is available for under 10 cents, but this one is very clearly the most expensive card on the battlefield, several $100s, and absolutely gorgeous. Down we see the Cutie Pillar Jelly combo blasting the Draconics off the battlefield. Brodnik and Big C in the middle of a very tense game one. Encalius, Jello, Ami, and Magma Claw, they are no one to mess with. Adding up that attack value, 12, 6, 18, 23, going from right to left, we see Magmaclaw and Amy. They're 12 between them. Jello and Encalius, they're 11 between them. 12 and 11, that is 23. Down comes the pig on the motorbike. Skid marks on Jelly. Down goes Business. Eats the attack. Eaten by Encalius. Encalius is some sort of beautiful ghost dragon. Or something like this. I think Encalius is... There's no other really art like that. It's kind of like a pristine dragon. I think maybe like if I could, become one of these creatures for a day or something like that, I would like to be Encalius. Encalius looks cool. It doesn't look like it's like terrorizing villages or anything like this. Like it is a dragon, right? But it's not going out there, wreaking havoc on poor. There goes the victory. That is a Big C Game 1 victory. And let's jump in and see where we are at with the remaining rounds. For really quickly, while we do that, we're going to show you what these tournament players are playing for. Again, we talked about that Business being one of the cards that the players are competing for. That was a previous tournament. This week, the tournament airdrop cards are Gen 1 cards. Beautiful Solar Moo, beautiful Thorner, and a beautiful Glaciador. Glaciador, one of those Business Blizzard cards. Evolves out of the Glacibeak. Solar Moo, part of the Light family. With the Bless ability, Bless does add 3 attack to any champion. And Thorner, we see 1 mana, 2/2 from the Dark family. Thorner looks like something that you get out of like the dryer, after you're done drying all your clothes. It's like a little lint ball on a log. It still seems like it's connected to the forest, right? There's some trees around it. It's not completely in the Dark Realms. There's some nature living in it still, I think. Maybe it's just confused. Maybe it's a nature card that is a little confused and therefore falls into that dark territory. Jumping back in, we are going to look at our games going on. We'll stick with our tournament. Stick with our Game 1 matchup. That was Big C Brodnik. We are sticking with that. And we see already a Ladacia off the battlefield. I don't like that. I have to admit, I'm not the biggest fan of the early Ladacia attacks. All right, and we are jumping into the action, taking a brief moment here just to check in with the rest of the games. I want to just bring you some updated information. All right. players asking some questions about the event format, so just had to take a moment and answer those. Now we are tuning back in here. We see Brodnik at the bottom of the screen, Big C at the top of the screen, Jelly and Bug versus Fangs and Business. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They call it the Bloom Blast combo, but the Fangs Business combo is a little bit stronger in my opinion. Fangs Business takes out the Bug. Big C up to 8 in hand. Brodnik with 5. Brodnik, of course, with the slight mana advantage on board, but down comes Dark Shell. Double Dark Shell. 6 mana. Big turn there. All right. Moment, just a moment with me, everyone. Sorry, I'm taking a quick second out here. And then we will jump right back in with coverage of Big C. There we go. All right, folks, we are ready to tune back in for this round 3 game 2 coverage following undefeated Big C. And we are looking at the Shadow Steel, the Dreadspike, and Magma Claw from Big C up against Brodnik. Where we were looking at earlier, I will admit Big C has a scary board out there right now, but based on where we were at before, I think that if I'm Big Brodnik, I am at least happy to see this. 8 mana now. I know what my opponent's working with. There's a business. That's the way to get back into this game. This is a Bloom Blast. It will Bloom Blast the Dreadspike. Massive shift in momentum here. Just like I was saying, now 2 mana, if you can follow this up, and unfortunately he doesn't have a 2 mana play, but I was going to say some sort of like Snowbeak to take out Magma Claw. You are talking about a huge swing, and it's hard to describe exactly how this game's pivots around these momentum turns, there comes Cutie Pillar. You know, in the beginning, you're just trying to rush some damage in at your opponent. But in the middle of the game, you can't rush anymore because your opponent's army is just too strong. You need to cleverly attack it at the edges. You need to distract it, move it around, get some advantage. And those turns tend to take 5 to 6 turns where you're back and forth trying to build a slight advantage of your army against your opponents. It takes a lot of sequencing, a lot of correct decision trees, and there is some randomness as you look at the top of your library. But as you shift out of those early turns into the 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th turns, now you start to realize like that it's about the slight advantage that you built over the previous 6, 7 turns, and you need to convert that into a win. Here you're going to see Magma Claw need to trade. Again, we talk about this all weekend long. The value of that Ladacia, it is so powerful, so important. And you're looking at just a massive tempo change here where your opponent has the 8-4, you have the 4-4. Your opponent spent 6 mana, you spent 3 mana. And this Ladacia is just going to need to die right away. And it's also going to take the Cutie Pillar down with it. It will also deal 4 to the Draconics. Again, when we're talking about these cards being 10 cents on the marketplace, and you're looking at, which of these cards, if you just as an average person had to say who's winning right now, you would probably say the player with the 3 cards at the top of the screen. But the value and the power of that Ladacia is so significant that it can stand opposed to all 3 of those opponent's cards and be the victor. There you're going to see it. There's the retribution. You have to do that if you're Big C. You cannot mess around. You need to kill Ladacia right away. And now you're going to see that the bug comes back, blooms Draconics, back to full health, down comes Encalius. And the reason why you need to kill Ladacia, and there's a Ladacia of his own from Big C, passing back to Brodnik. But again, we talk about this a lot on stream. Those that watch the show, they know that I don't like running the Ladacia out into an empty board because, first of all, you're going to see Brodnik hit with the business. That double greeds. That was a 9 mana turn, so now 7 to play. And now just a single Snowbeak can take that Ladacia out. Now, yes, your opponent may not have the Snowbeak, and in this under 10 cent format, it's not as significant of a risk to run Ladacia out. Instead, Ice Eagle comes down. If I'm Brodnik, I don't exactly love the Blizzard on Ladacia, although the truth of the matter is that there's no way around it, really. If you don't have the Rusher to kill it, you need to freeze it. We talk about it a lot. It is such a powerful card. Down comes the Cutie Pillar, down comes the Jello, that's a Bloom Blast, gets Ice Eagle off the battlefield. Now we're looking at Business and Shadowsteel. First of all, both of these tournament edition cards, right? And you're looking at several hundred, probably $500 easily in value right there. But the opponent, frozen with Ladacia, doesn't need to get the Shadowsteel off the battlefield, but prioritizes it. Encalius with the Aegis Shield. Draconics gets an attack for 7. Now you see double Ladacia, and this is I believe Big C won game 1, so really poised to take game 2 down and remain in the undefeated bracket. Big C, one of those players who joined Champions TCG a little bit late. He wasn't an early Gen 1 player. He joined after the Gen 2 launched. He's been really studying the game. He's joining every tournament that he can. And, first of all, he's clearly a very intelligent player. He's very strategic in how he plays games. And he was able to get the hang of it very quickly. Right away, I think even in his very first tournament, he ended up top 8ing that tournament. I think he took down several hundreds worth of dollars in that event. He placed second. He won $150 cash and took down a couple $100 worth of tournament cards as well as prizes. Not sure if he sold those on the open market or if he's hanging on to those for their collector value. But, he's one of those players that, again, we're playing an under 10 cent format. All of these cards can be purchased off the open market for pennies. Big C just winning right there, beating Brodnick, an exceptional player. Brodnick, one of the only players in Champions history that has managed to win 4 daily tournaments in a row. He almost got the trifecta and won all 5 weekday events. He placed second in the Friday final event. We were really amazed at how strong of a run he was able to have through those events. But let's jump back in. We're going to follow up Boulder Magic, and we are going to zoom in on his matchup against Savage Puppy. Boulder Magic at the bottom of the screen, Savage Puppy there at the top of the screen. And we are bringing you Champions TCG coverage. We have TPG, TCG in the chat. Shout out to our professional players, our Creative Lab partners. Anymoon is one of our pro players. TPG, TCG. We got the Lord himself down at the bottom of the screen. And now we are zooming back in. We checking in on this Savage Puppy Boulder Magic coverage. Boulder Magic off to a quite a significant advantage here. And Callius has the shield dropped. Just to take a peek here and look at game state. Also, Grumble has shields down as well. Digleyfur gets a quintuple fortify up to a 418. We talked about this on our under 10 cent tier list. Digleyfur just so much better than Digga because of the fact that those fortified cards, the fact that it has 4 attack, it can really start to mow down some of this opposing board. You can take out a Grumble, you can take out a Shadow Steel, you can take out the shield on a Dark Shell. That 4 attack is just such an important pivotal stat. The Digga is the 1 mana version and very powerful as well with the Fortify effect, but still with only 2 attack, it's just not as worth it to try to invest in a giant Fortify card like that. Digleyfur, able to just be played just on its own, doesn't need its evolution chain to be good. Just a 3 mana, 4 power Fortify card, good enough to play. Boulder Magic on 9 cards in hand, 56 life. Savage Puppy has been taking a savage beating. He's down to 34. The Dark Shell still with the shield. Digleyfur going to be so hard to deal with. Down goes the shield on the shell. That's an evolution into Dreadspike. If you're talking about a way to get to go toe-to-toe with a 18 health Digleyfur, a 1 mana Dreadspike that draws you a card, not a bad way to do it. We see the Ice Eagle now could fall to the business. Again, business, one of the best cards, regardless of generation, regardless of price. Just like the rest of the cards being played in this tournament, under 10 cents on the hand cash marketplace right now. Down goes Ice Eagle. Business takes it out. Likely no attack on that Digleyfur. It's just too strong. Instead, you're just seeing 7 to the face. Boulder Magic setting Savage Puppy's total down to 27. 2 in hand, as opposed to top of the screen, 7 in hand for Savage Puppy. And I believe we are on our 9 mana turns now. You could see the Digleyfur take out the shield on the Dreadspike. I think that if life totals were even and both players had 27, then I would ignore the Dread Spike. I would just try to deal face to Boulder Magic. But that's the importance of being the aggressor in tournament Magic. You force your opponent to make suboptimal decisions, and that allows you to gain a competitive advantage on the board. Instead, I like this decision from Puppy. Instead of messing with the Dread Spike, you see him go after that Grumble, likely to do the same. We could see Ice Eagle trade with Draconics, but he might try to get the value. Yes, he does. He gets the value, eats the Speedy, and next turn wants to trade with Draconics. Shadowsteel likely Wind Seeks for a random card. Grumble comes down, and now a Snowbeak, and that's going to go face. So again, you can't run that Draconics. You can't run that Snowbeak directly into the Draconics. You could drop the Dread Spike Shield, but I like the Puppy's decision to go face there. Your opponent only has 2 champions on the battlefield right now. So, oh wow, a massive Stoneclaw. And the thing is that I don't know if Savage Puppy is playing these Psybeams, but we know that Boulder Magic is playing Psybeams here. He's looking to get a quick switch of the attack and health values on a card like Stoneclaw and swing in for 18, which would be fully lethal at this point. Down comes Ladacia. Ladacia is so powerful, but we've talked about it all weekend long. It is the best card in this format. Only other card that's even close is Ice Eagle, and Shadowsteel is very good as well, I would say. Maybe they're both in the running business as well, but Ladacia, in terms of board dominance, like its artwork, standing alone, standing proud, chest out, king. That's how you do it. And then but look at that Digleyfur, just DGAF. I'm a 414. It looks like a meerkat that eats other meerkats. It's like a carnivorous meerkat. It doesn't care about Ladacia. Come at me, bro. That's what it's saying. Look at that posture. Look at that Digleyfur posture. Come at me, bro. Think I care about this Ladacia? You have Retribution? Guess what? I'm fortified. I have 14 health. All right, the Grumble takes out the shield on Dread Spike. Now we see an attack from Shadowsteel, then Digleyfur. Okay, so Digleyfur not as strong anymore. Probably scared of the Ladacia at this point. It did have to just go toe-to-toe with the Dread Spike, so you can't blame it. Now Munta comes down. That has the pig on the motorbike. We see a big Digleyfur from Boulder Magic. Not quite as big as the Savage Puppies. Then we see the triggered Retribution. Again, that Digleyfur no longer standing chest proud, chest out. It is looking way more cowardly. Stoneclaw comes down. Stoneclaw is a 4/9. Draconics gets an attack, or gets a Wind Seek, and then we see the Digleyfur just helpless against that its cousin, the other Digleyfur. The chest was a little prouder from Boulder Magic. We see him take the victory, and let's jump in. I'm not sure if that was game 2 or game 3. We're going to check with the pairings board, and we will bring, there it is. Okay, so we see that Boulder Magic took that game down, and now we see them going to, this could be game 3. We are going to stick with the Boulder Magic Savage Puppy game. We have Any Moon in the chat. We have TPG, TCG. Folks, make sure you go and check these two out. Making great Champions TCG content. Follow them on Twitch. Twitch.tv/TPG TCG. What I love about the TPG TCG channel, you get to see him go through the pack breaks, check out what he gets out of these 200 packs, these 50 packs, etc. But you also get to see him walk through the marketplace. Some of the things that we've seen recently, while we're waiting for the players to shuffle up, we'll take a quick look at what the players are playing for this weekend. They are going after these Gen 1 Tournament Edition cards. Solar Moo to the winner, Glaciador for second and third. Everyone else in the top 8 getting this 1-mana Thorner. As we were saying, the TPG TCG channel, excellent for helping you orient to what's going on in the marketplace. And that really helps you in tournaments like this one, where this is really marketplace tournament driven. All of the cards available and being played in these events. This is a $500 tournament, but every single card is under 10 cents. You could build an entire deck for $2 or $3, and you too could take down one of these massive tournament events and get some of those Gen 1 Tournament Edition cards, selling for several hundred on the marketplace. Grumble gets in the red zone, attacks for 4. Ladacia comes down. I'm not a fan of the early Ladacia. We've talked about it a lot. It's too easy to kill right away with the Snowbeak. That's exactly what we see. Why trade such a powerful card with just a single Snowbeak? I don't understand. Players continue to do this. Speedy comes down, gets out, takes out Grumble, and we're seeing right away a slight advantage for Boulder Magic. The only thing he's missing here is a card like Amy to draw up on, gas up on card advantage. But Munta's going to come down. The pig on the motorbike runs over the Speedy, got caught in the tires. White Lily was deployed, so will not be used for the rest of the game. Takes itself out just to greed. We're going to see a double greed. This was the moment that we talked about Boulder Magic needing. He needs a business right now. He needs an Amy. You can't take Munta out with Fangs, unfortunately. Munta is at 3. It comes in with 6. Took out Speedy, so you're going to need to attack it with either your own Speedy, your own Snowbeak. There it is. Speedy takes it out, then Jelly. So Jelly, Vanilla, nothing to blast. 2-mana 4/3. Speedy comes down, takes out Jelly. Boulder on 5. Savage at the top of the screen, 60 health. 56 for Boulder. Both players content to just buckle down for a long and grindy game right now. When you get into these games where it's all about going long and playing 1-for-1 with your opponent for the next 5 or 6 turns, sequencing and strategy, very essential. There's a vanilla Ice Eagle. I don't like the defensive Blizzard. You're just playing that as a 4-mana 6/5, and you're taking you're saving yourself 3 damage next turn. I understand the need for mana efficiency and just playing something on turn 5. You hate to just play nothing. But your Ice Eagle is so much more important later in the game, just like we saw Savage Puppy do with a very early Ladacia that became very, ineffective, just simply traded with a Snowbeak. If you can just, I know it's so hard to do, but just pass on those turns when you have nothing, when all you have to do is play a 6/5 Ice Eagle. Likely Boulder Magic has a handful of cards like maybe a Magma Claw, 6 mana. See, down comes the opposing Ice Eagle. Still, again, a defensive Blizzard. So at least if you're trading your Ice Eagle for a defensive Blizzard and your opponent trades back, then you didn't lose tempo. You're staying with your opponent. So not a terrible strategy there. Now we see 6 mana. You can see the mana. It's the blue lit bars underneath the game board on the right side of the screen. When mana gets spent by the player, those lights come down they become dark. Every turn they get refreshed, and every turn you get one additional. So this is turn 6, that's why 6 are lit. Next turn will be turn 7, so instead 7 will light. Helps you to plan your turn out. When you have 6 mana, you want to try to use all of it. So if you use 3, then you want to use 3 again. This time you used 2, but it did add 2 to the board. The Ice Eagle unable to attack. That's because it was under the blizzard. It had that snowflake symbol on it, meaning that it deals no damage. It cannot attack. No retaliation damage. Stoneclaw comes back down. Stoneclaw with the Fortify effect cares how many cards the opponent has and gets 3 additional health for each. So with 3 cards on Boulder's board, you get an additional 9, plus the starting 3 gives it 12. So even though they're the same card, Stoneclaw, we see that the one at the top is superior. Look at its chest, sticking out slightly compared to this one, just a little bit weaker. Down comes Ice Eagle. So this is a much better place to play your Ice Eagle because look, you're going to get a freeze on your opponent's Stoneclaw. Likely. Could freeze the Ice Eagle. Maybe the Ice Eagle is the correct play. You could also freeze the Grumble. It'd be the last choice that I would choose. However, the fact that you get the Aegis Shield off it, that is relevant. Instead, he chooses Ice Eagle. Then it gets an attack in for 3. Maybe one of the reasons why he left the Stoneclaw out there is because Stoneclaw is susceptible to a Hydroblast later in the game. And you instead of using 2 attackers, your Ice Eagle and your Speedy, to take out the Stoneclaw and leave a 6 power on the opponent's battlefield, instead you get to clean it up next turn with a there we see a Dazelle come down Psybeam. That switches the power and toughness of the Rockclaw. Grumble gets in the red zone, drops the shield, takes it out, redeploys a new Grumble with a new shield. Stoneclaw takes out Speedy and a pass back. We see double Eagle at the top of the screen against double Grumble, Stoneclaw, Dazelle. 5 in hand for the Puppy. 23 in library. Slight advantage in card draw for Magic at the bottom. 4 in hand. Slight advantage in mana. And Dazelle. Look at that Dazelle. It is a 8/14. Dazelle is the evolution of Ladacia. It's the only card that evolves into a different element. Ladacia is from the light family. Dazelle is from the dark. But they do evolve into each other. Draconics comes down. That Wind Seeks for Puppy. That draws a random card or finds an evolution. We likely found a random card because there's nothing out there to Wind Seek. And 2 big attacks from the Eagle. From the double Eagles. You still see the shield on the Grumble, so it's likely going to eat an Ice Eagle. Dazelle can eat the Draconics. We could see a Hydroblast on the opponent's Stoneclaw, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see, but it's a no retaliation because of the blizzard. So Dazelle stays at 14, and Grumble like we thought. Now, there's where you would want, if you're Boulder, to see your Hydroblast, but whiffs, instead plays Dark Shell. If you're going to whiff and play Dark Shell, there's at least the glimmer of hope that you have the Dread Spike in your hand. Ice Eagle could trade with the opponent Ice Eagle. Stoneclaw can eat the Grumble. Both players still roughly around starting life total. Savage at the top with 60, Boulder at the bottom with 53. So you can't start thinking about going face yet. Stoneclaw and Ice Eagle only combine to deal 10, so that would give your opponent a massive advantage in board state if you decided to ignore and go face. Unfortunately, you're not going to be able to deal with this Dark Shell. it's too innocuous. That's the benefit of having these these Aegis cards, and you just take it down with the Snowbeak. I can actually appreciate that play. I think that it's maybe a play that many players wouldn't make because it feels bad, but I think it's the correct play just to play around the fact that your opponent is sandbagging Dredge Spike. You don't want, first of all, you don't want him to draw that card. That's the most important part. But second of all, you really don't want an 8/7 with Aegis on the battlefield. And if he has it, you want him to spend all 7 mana, take his entire turn to play it. Now, Boulder, considering his options, 4 in hand, we know that Dizelle can take out the Ice Eagle, but it would be an attack back for 6, dropping Dizelle to 8 for health. Shadowsteel comes down 3 mana, in the running for one of the best cards in Gen 2, regardless of format. Still a common, still under 10 cents. Strongly recommend, if you are newer to the game, take a look at all of the cards being played through this tournament weekend. Pick up at least 2 of each one. You can get them all for under, $4, something like that. And it will give you a solid base to play these tournament events with. Yes, eventually you're going to want to upgrade your Gabi to a Snow Gaze, but the Gabi is 10 cents, the Snow Gaze is 115. So at least while you're beginning, you might not have the $100 cards. You can play with the slightly worse version that costs a dime. All right, 2 mana left for Boulder Magic. We saw that Munta, the pig on the motorbike, squashed the Cutie Bug, an attack for 8. I don't like that attack for 8. I think it's a little bit too early there. I would have taken out the Ice Eagle, but what we always talk about, tournament winning Magic, is important to be cautiously assertive, cautiously aggressive, and we see it paid off because last turn, if you were just going to attack the Ice Eagle anyway, this turn Savage Puppy does it for you, but you still got 8 damage in. In other words, the outcome was exactly the same. Dizelle has 8 health, Ice Eagle is dead, but this time Ice Eagle did deal the 8. That was a win for Boulder Magic. Magma Claw comes down, wipes the board clean, but leaves Dizelle with 4 health. Unfortunately, 4, it would have been great if it left 5 because it could take out the Stone Claw. Now, it still can take out either card on the battlefield, but it will trade. It won't eat that card. Snowbeak can take out Magma Claw. Dizelle just going to go face, and I like that decision. You're winning the race against your opponent. You attack for 4. You attack for 8. Your opponent attacks for 4. Force them to attack you on their turn. That's what he did the previous turn. It worked out in his favor. That's what he does again. But unfortunately for him, this turn, Savage Puppy follows it up with an Ami. That is, again, like all cards in this format, under 10 cents, but massively important to all games. Whether you're playing Gen 1, whether you're playing Mixed, whether you're playing Gen 2, you must be playing with these Ami Greed cards, these business cards. Draconics comes down, Wind Seeks, another really powerful card. You could even argue that Draconics is better than Obsidiwing, which is a mythic. Still under 10 cents. Pound for pound, I would rather have Draconics stats than Obsidiwing. Obsidiwing is the exact same card, but it's an 8/5 as opposed to a 7/6. But I would just value health in the format more than power. Dreadspike, definitely the most powerful card on the board. We see it with the shield. It's going to be able to attack and kill this Draconics. Draconics is some sort of, like, as we said before, it's like Toothless from that movie about dragons. If anyone there has kids, they know what I'm talking about. How to Train Your Dragon. Dreadspike, not sure what Dreadspike is. It's like it looks like Edward Scissorhands on Halloween. Digglyfur comes down. Munta takes Ami out. Then it's a pass back. Dark Shell with a shield. Now Fangs. Fangs able to clean up Munta. That's a very nice Fangs. Digleyfur, like a beefy. It looks like a prairie dog. We live out here in Colorado. That definitely looks like a prairie dog. It's like a beefy prairie dog, like a prairie dog that's like, do you even lift, bro? He's not too happy too. He looks like he looks like someone just like walked on his grass or something like that. He's like Clint Eastwood of prairie dogs. Like a beefy Clint Eastwood of prairie dogs. All right, double fangs. The purple rat comes down. That takes Dreadspike down to a 6-5. It's likely going to be a pass back here. And now, again, if we're betting like on racehorses here, I'm going to go Boulder Magic. But we're still in that just barely outside of the territory of starting to tighten the screws. Fangs are 2-2s. That Digleyfur would have been so much better to come down this turn than last. You get the advantage of the extra fortify. Now with 9 mana, if Boulder Magic could play something like maybe like a Draconics on this turn, that would be really huge. You want to add power to the board and maintain card advantage. Both players roughly even now. 2 in hand for each card, each player. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be right back with you here in just a second. All right, we are back. And we have so like we talk about a lot in this game, Boulder Magic looks like he's winning right now, but Savage Puppy sees what he has. There's no tricks now. Nothing to play around. You know exactly what your opponent is facing. So you can plan your turn perfectly. Dark Shell, attack the Cutie Bug. That drops the Dark Shell shield. One of the problems is that the Dreadspike, and both Dreadspikes and Digleyfur are at an important 7 for their health. So things like Ice Eagle that attack for 6, these are important cards in the format. Things like Munta that have haste and attack for 5. These are important cards as well, but you see that they don't end up actually trading with either the Digleyfurs or the Dreadspikes. Now we see the evolution into the new Dreadspike, and that was huge. First of all, it drew a card. Second of all, it gains a new shield. Snowbeak takes the Dreadspike out, so very effective, and then deploys a Grumble with a shield again. So now Boulder Magic on 1. And you have to really... Now, Savage Puppy also on 1. So again, we set, the plus side is that you get to see what your opponent has. The downside is often they get to do the same. And both players sort of petering out at the exact same time. The Bug takes the shield out on the Dreadspike. The shielded Dreadspike takes it down, drops its shield. Now we're going to see 7 mana, 1 in hand for Boulder Magic. What will the Digleyfur do? Will he take the shield off the Grumble? Nope, it's just an attack for 7 after a big Dizelle. So last turn for Boulder Magic went really well. He played Business and Dizelle and got the opposing Dreadspike off the field. All he had to spend was a Cutie Bug to do it. And he did have to put his Digleyfur into Grumble range, but now the Grumble can trade with Business. that Incalius just massively as a 5/5, but not as a 3/3. It's no longer nearly as scary because Fangs comes down. So Fangs, even late game, that's the power of this 1-mana card. Still under 10 cents for everyone out there. Shadowsteel, huge for Savage Puppy. Anytime you're adding to the board and drawing a card, and that was a complete whiff on the Magma Claw. You needed that if you're Savage Puppy. You needed to rip a huge Inferno on your opponents. It turns out to be self-immolation. Magma Claw takes itself down, barely even phases the Dreadspike and Giselle. And yes, you have an Incalius and a Shadowsteel, but now you're down to 5. You need to kill both of the 8-power attackers, of course. And you likely won't be able to do it, because you can kill that one, but not the other. The other stays alive. It could have only done one extra. Even if it still whiffed, if it only did one extra, he would have stayed alive that turn and been able to keep parity with Boulder, but unfortunately unable to do that. We see likely Boulder able to advance over Savage there. Let's take a quick moment. We're going to show you the Gen 1 14th tournament airdrop cards. Over $10,000 players have earned through our tournament program. If you want to join, make sure you check us out. Follow us on socials, twitch.tv/championstcg. Check us out on Facebook /championstcg, x.com/championstcg_, and on Instagram, champions.tcg. I'm Brett Banfi. I'm your host. That was round 3. I believe we are at the conclusion. We will check in with the players, come back with you in just a moment. Thanks for hanging with us on your Saturday. It's my Saturday morning, whether it's your morning, noon, or night. We're happy to have you. Yusin victorious over T-Max, remains undefeated. Oot undefeated as well. Big C undefeated. All results are in. We are ready to pair round 4. Folks, stay with us. There it is. Round 4. Big C, Yusin, Oot, and T-Max. Those are our undefeated tournament players right now. We're going to post the pairings in the Discord. Discord.gg/championstcg. Guys, if you are new to the game, you want to get started, keep in mind all of these tournament cards that are being played this weekend, they're all available in the marketplace for under a dime each. You can play with 2 of any card as part of our tournament rules. So 20 cents gets you the play set for all of these wonderful cards. And they can win you $50 free events every weekday, $500 free events on the weekends. Let's check out our pairings. We have Kiki, K1 T-Man, we have Yusin Big C, we have Zero Anyman, Anymoon, Brodnik Notulus, T-Max Oot, we'll take a brief second, just check in with the players here. And everything looks good. We are in round 4. This is the penultimate round. Round number 5 will be our final round. That will be the round that follows. And we are going to switch over. We've seen a few games from Big C. Let's check out T-Max Oot. I believe T-Max Oot is one of our undefeated pairings. Just take a quick second. Yusin is undefeated, Big C is undefeated, and Oot is undefeated. T-Max is the top of the bracket in the 1-loss division. But we will follow T-Max and Oot. Let's check in, see this Game 1 action, Round 4, as players vie for positioning for the top 8, playing for those Gen 1 Tournament Edition cards. I'm Brett Banfi. I'm your host. Thank you for being with us here on your Saturday, bringing you live tournament coverage of Champions TCG. Let's get started. T-Max is at the bottom of the screen. He has 5 cards in hand. A business has been killed by T-Max. Oot's business is down, but his greed is up because he has 8 cards in hand. His opponent has a slight mana advantage. Speedy and Fangs plus the White Lily. I'm wondering how... Oh, Business was killed by Fangs. I was wondering how Business died. Fangs, the purple rat. Let's take a look at it here. Purple rat did take that Business out. Rat versus the frog. You know, I think whether we're talking about in real life or in Champions TCG, the rat wins. Speedy. With an attack for 3. Now Dracora comes down. That is a Vortex, dealing 4 to Oot's face. 5/5 Dracora, 3 mana. Business comes down. Draws Oot 2 new. The best time to greed is very early game. You're risking the least amount of crackback from your opponent. When you start to spend turns greed for your greed late game, your opponent can have very powerful retaliations. But early in the game is the best time to play your greed cards. 4 mana for T-Max. Munto the pig on the motorbike. We could see double attacks. Instead, T-Max going face. Gets an attack in with White Lily just to show Oot who is boss. That is a very common tactic. We see a lot of players send a message with an attack for the White Lily. They're trying to say, I will attack you with everything, even if it deals nothing. And it's effective. The Blizzard from Ice Eagle is defensive. It prevents an attack by Munta this turn, sets up a trade with Fangs next turn, and adds 6 power to the board. So it didn't kill anything, but it did impact the board. It wasn't purely defensive. Now 5 mana for T-Max. Only the Dracora can attack. He took last turn off. Left the Business and the frog and the rat on the battlefield. Let's see if that changes things here. Down comes Shadowsteel. It could go and find Dracora's evolution, which is Neptiora. Neptiora has Hydroblast, but nothing to blast on the board. You could play Cutie Pillar, evolve Dracora to Hydro to attack. Dracora attack the Business, then evolve it to Neptiora, Pillar the Ice Eagle, and blast it. That would be savage, to borrow a word from the puppy, if that was the play here. If that was the play here, I don't know what I would do. I would lose my mind. The Shadowsteel sets it up, obviously, because you have that Windseek ability. And instead, we see Dracora take out Ice Eagle. Now we see the pass back. He doesn't use those 2 mana. So he did go and find a card with Windseek, but it turned out that it was a random card instead. Business takes out Munta. He kicks over the motorbike. Munta comes out from the bar, the Harley bar, the pig Harley bar, super mad. Who just kicked over my motorbike? The little frog in the business suit says, "It was me. What do you want to do about it?" Munta says, "Nothing. You got me, bro." Shadow Steel looking at Fangs right now. Down comes the beak that trades with the steel. Fangs staring at T-Max. Looking like lunch. Wants a little snack. T-Max, the neck. Fangs, I feel like Fangs, if it were to bite a human, would bite the neck. It's like a vampiric Fangs. There it goes. It takes a bite from T-Max. After deploying beak and jelly. Jelly just vanilla. Vanilla jelly. No blasts. Business coming down. So this is, again, what you need if you're T-Max. Your opponent, Oot, has tightened the screws on you. Played a few of his own business, but now it's your turn. Your frog. It's time for your frog to kick the motorbikes over. Roll up those sleeves. See, the business has sleeves. Not many cards in the game with sleeves. Dark Shell has no sleeves. Siora, gorgeous art. Just take a look at this art. Absolutely beautiful. His tail is like on fire, or it's smoking, or it's like lit. It could just be the light, but it does look like it's sort of on fire underwater. That's weird. That's impossible. Jelly also underwater. Snowbeak not underwater, but very blue. Darkshell and Fangs both purple. Business is brown. The game board is brown. Shadow Steel comes down. Shadow Steel looks like, we said it earlier in the show, but it looks like a bird that just flew out of the chimney. Like, it looks like a bird that you just feel sorry for. Like even if you're hungry and you're trying to eat your sandwich, you might just look over at Shadow Steel and be like, "All right, bro, look, you can have it, man. I feel bad." Ice Eagle also very austere in its stare. There's the psychological edge of playing a card like Ice Eagle. It's just, especially when the only card you have on the battlefield is a frog, you know that Ice Eagle is just watching that frog, looking like it's a snack, which it is. Dark Shell comes down for Oot at the top of the screen, has Aegis, will not take any damage the first time that it is attacked. Oot looking like a attack back for 20. That's threatening if you're T-Max, but it's not something that you need to spend your turn to avoid. That would drop T-Max to 34, still plenty of life. K1 in the chat. And we see an attack by the frog. Now we see the Dark Shell take out the jelly. That drops its shield. Not sure I like that strategy. Fangs takes out the bug. Not sure I like that strategy either. I would have attacked face with both of those cards, likely. Although Oot is at 37, so unlike T-Max, who's up at 54, Oot doesn't necessarily have as much luxury to ignore his opponent's threats and just go for face. The big concern here is that maybe I would have done that actually. Maybe Oot was correct to take those attacks because essentially you don't want to leave your opponent with a large board and Ladacia. Dreadspike evolves. That draws Oot a card. Oot with 7 in hand. T-Max with 4. We see Fontaria from Oot. We saw that earlier in the match. We see Munta. We see Dreadspike. We saw that Retribution triggered. That was what you had to do. It does take the Jelly and the Shadow Steel out, but that's okay. That just shows you the power of Ladasha. Double Beak. Now, compared to the Icicle, these Beaks look way less menacing. And they combine to kill the Dreadspike, so that's a win for Oot. Especially when your opponent T-Max is at 3. The reason why you had to do that, I imagine, is because you were concerned that Fontaria would attack for lethal on a Beak, and then the Dreadspike would get to be quite powerful with its health. Now at 9 mana, Ladasha coming down. So in a perfect world, what you do is you play your own Ladasha, play your Snowbeak, attack your opponent's Ladasha, Retribution triggers. That kills your Ladasha and triggers your own Retribution. That kills the Fontarias before they have the ability to regrowth. But that is not what we see. Instead, we see the Bloom Blast on the Munta. By the way, we are watching Champions TCG. This is a new digital trading card game that actually returns the concept of trading back to the game. These are digital cards, but they are for sale on open marketplaces. Everything we're looking at on screen right now, every single card is 10 cents or less on the marketplace right now. You can build a 35 card deck for $2 or $3. Stoneclaw comes down, Cutiebug comes down. Cutiebug blooms the Fontaria. That takes out Jelly. Then the other Fontaria gets an attack in. We're seeing Oot start to run away with this. Well played game by T-Max. I'm not saying it's over, but I do think that T-Max has some very difficult decisions. The first thing you need really is and it's just a Dreadspike for 7. That's not going to do it. There's going to be a crackback for 8, 12, 15, 19, 28, 32. That's exactly lethal. Oot draws a card, counting the damage on board. Important when you're playing this game, sometimes you get so focused on how to kill your opponent's cards, you forget that to just check if you have lethal. And it's important to remember that. Now we see Stoneclaw Psybeamed into a 9/4 attacker. 13, 16, 20, 28. Maybe now we have lethal. 28, 33. This is a lethal attack. Maybe I miscounted earlier. Yeah, I think I had miscounted earlier. But I believe this is now lethal. Oh, maybe it's not because Oot didn't attack for lethal. Like I said, you can occasionally. So, yeah, it was lethal because, look, T-Max is at 8 and he attacked with a 9 power Stoneclaw against the Dreadspike. But again, when you get in this mode of really evaluating the game state, it's very easy to forget that you have lethal on board. T-Max at 8. Likely the game's over. The Shadow Steel does leave 6 mana left. Icicle comes down. That's not enough. Game's over. Oot gaining game 1 here. Great job, Oot. All right. we are going to stick with Oot and T-Max. The players are going to take a moment to shuffle. Here is what the players are playing for. In addition to the $500 in tournament prizes, we are also offering these Gen 1 Tournament Edition cards, custom cards with unique frames and borders, unique art. These are going for several $100s in the marketplace. Again, Champions TCG, the only digital trading card game product returning the concept of trading back to the game. Thank you for being with us. I'm your host, Brett Banfi. We do this every day. We stream very often. There's lots of creators out there that have joined our Creator Lab. TPG, TCG among them. We'll have some streams from Baby Bear coming out soon. We also have some streams coming up with Zero, Szerro. Extremely brilliant and creative player with a Magic background, also with a background in some other games like Shadowverse. What's beginning to happen is this game, Champions TCG, is starting to penetrate these other trading card game communities, people that play Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, Shadowverse, Gods Unchained. They're starting to learn about what Champions is doing. There is even some talks, I don't want to say out loud too much, but there is even some talks that maybe even a follow-up Champion set could be being devised in the works right now. I don't want to speculate too much on that because, again, we are just in speculative mode right now when we're thinking about that. But that's one of the fun things about building a trading card game is you get to plan out new additions, new updates, new cards, new mechanics. And we see that in the existing games like Pokemon that began with just 151 champions that you had to collect them all, you had to catch them all. Now we see that number into the thousands. Same with Magic. We see Magic all the way up to 20, 30,000 cards in the game over its 30-year lifespan. And we could see the same as Generation 2 has been warmly received by the player base. The price of the cards has dropped down. That's why we're able to play these tournaments where every card is under 10 cents. One of the things that's nice about a 10-cent tournament like this, you're really not prioritizing players who just pay to win the game. You're really prioritizing competitive play, strategic decision making. I mean, if you don't have $2 to spend on the game, then reach out to me. I'll make sure you get set up with some cards. A lot of these are under a dime. We'll make sure that you get a few. If $2 is an issue to you, don't let that stop you from playing the game. If you love it, come on in, join the Discord. I'll help you get started. And we see this Retaliation, Frozen Stoneclaw, able to get 9 in, that Stoneclaw with a Fortify ability. T-Max very carefully taking it down a peg or two. Ice Eagle, freezing the Dread Spike. Jelly now. Coming down nothing to blast, but playing out as Vanilla 4-3, Vanilla Jelly like we like to call it. Stoneclaw, Vanilla as well. Speedy a 3-1. Other than that, everything else at its starting life total. T-Max at 47, Oot at 60. This is round 4 of our weekend coverage. We're playing a $500 tournament right now. Speedy takes Jelly out. That's a great play. And wow, Magma Claw. Unfortunately, it self-immolates, but it takes the board down. It fades the White Lily. T-Max crossed his fingers when he dropped that Magma Claw, and he was rewarded. Yes, he did self-immolate, but you got your Inferno onto your opponent's side. That is exactly what you were looking to do. Now on 8, T-Max, looking at Oot, sees a snack. Oot, 2 in hand. We talked about this earlier in the previous round when your opponent runs down into the final stages of its card advantage. Now with only 2 in hand, you can look at the board and you can calculate aggressively. Can I send this pillar in? Deal the damage to Encalius. Should I attack with Munta? Should I take the Stone Claw out? All of these things that previously when your opponent has 8 cards in hand, it's so hard to calculate because your opponent could have anything. When your opponent has only 2, you can use the information from what they played last game to help inform your decisions. Does he have a Hydroblast? He likely would have used it last turn if he had it. Maybe that means I'm in the clear. I can get this attack in. And that's what we see T-Max do. Exactly. T-Max with a massive Magma Claw 2 turns ago and looking very, very poised to continue with a strong attack. Munta, no good attacks here. It's going to go for the Ice Eagle, but that is going to be a trade and will leave Oot with 5 to deploy. Your Ice Eagle already took out the Stone Claw, so you're not sad to trade it with this Munta. You know it did its job. The pig on the motorbike. One thing you could see, okay, so Fontaria, and there we see Munta instead go for the pig on pig crime there, takes out its brethren on the motorbike, kicks its bike over, and Fontaria comes down. Now, Dreadspike doesn't want to see Fontaria buff the Munta, so it might go after the Munta itself. You could then see Ice Eagle take the Fontaria down. It would buff the Lily, but it's a 0 power attacker. And that's what... No, we don't see that. Instead, we see the Ice Eagle trade on the Munta. Oh, it's the same... So T-Max figured it out better than I did because you get the same ability, but you just leave your Dreadspike with 2 higher health. Yeah, that is much better play. I didn't think about that. Now a new Dreadspike, that's a full mana, and then a business. Wow, that business is like the icing on the cake. Even this Dreadspike can eat the opposing Dark Shell, but that would leave the Jello, so you don't necessarily want to do that. Instead, what we're likely to see is, I don't know if you can attack face yet, although you would be attacking for 18. Ladacia, a strong card. Dracora, Vortex for 5. T-Max 3 to spend. Let's see if he runs it out. How is he going? He has 2 very strong attackers, and there's Shadow Steel. We don't believe he has Neptoria in his library. We think that if he would have had that, he would have done that last game. So likely that's a random card from Shadow Steel, or he could have a Gellord. A Gellord would be a Hydroblast, but you couldn't evolve it. You would have to spend the full mana for that. Instead, we're just going face. Dark Shells can't trade with Dreadspike. Jello can, but Dark Shell can snap up the Shadow Steel. Ladacia, a very good draw for Oot. If you can only draw 1 card, your opponent, T-Max went to face last turn, and it turns out that was a very good decision, because now with Ladacia on the battlefield, opposing Ladacias, likely you'll see, okay, so the Dreadspike with the shield, very, very important here. You could see Dark Shell. Okay, so it takes out Dracora. Then we see the trade, and that is, Oot evaluated all his decisions and found that leaving his opponent with 1/8/7 Dreadspike, no shield, was the best play there. But unfortunately, that's still an 8 power attacker. Ami going to draw an additional card and add 4 attack. Now see where it comes down. So T-Max playing with the Siora and the Dracora, but not apparently the Neptiora. Fangs takes out Amy, and that is too little too late. 12, 14, 6, 12, 14, 18 will drop Oot to 2 after a Magma Claw, which somehow whiffs. Don't know how that Magma Claw... Oh, that was T-Max's Magma Claw. I don't know if I would have ran that Magma Claw out right there. I think sometimes you gotta imagine there's really no way that that Oot can come back. But looking like T-Max now with the lethal attack, and we are going to Game 3. Very exciting tournament action there. I'm Brett Banfi. I'm your host. Thank you for being with us here on your Saturday. We bring this coverage to you every single weekend, every single and we try to get some coverage in for the weekdays as well. And we are live on several platforms. We're on X.com. We are live on Facebook. We are bringing you Champions TCG tournament coverage in this $500 event. The winner of the event doesn't just win the $300 cash. They also win that gorgeous Solar Moo in the middle of the screen that you see right there. That is one of the prizes as well. And those are our tournament edition cards, oftentimes fetching several $100s. In addition, we are streaming live right now to Twitch, twitch.tv. Shout out to our followers on Twitch. Champions TCG is also live as an official game on the Twitch platform. So if you are following on Twitch, go ahead and check out underneath our live coverage right now. You see the name of our game, all cards under 10 cents. And right below that, you'll see the purple words Champions TCG. You can click on that link and follow our game itself so that you can see coverage across the entire community. Right now we have Savage Puppy, who's also streaming live, and we have Zero, we have Champions, we have TPG TCG, we've added Baby Bear to the Creator Lab, and we are looking to send a message to players to games like Hearthstone that it's important to keep organized play as a component of your game. It's something that's important to us as players. Many of the people involved in the Champions product, they are tournament players themselves. We understand the value that competitive play brings, and we want to see it remain in some of the other TCGs that we love. Yes, we're bringing our own product to the marketplace with Champions TCG, but that doesn't mean that we're not fans of Hearthstone, that we're not fans of Magic. We want to see these organized play communities survive, and I think it's important that these games that are earning billions of dollars are actually take the time to listen to some of the key drivers of the interest in their games, which is the pro player circuit, the pro tours, the creative labs, and making sure that they can benefit by driving the interest in their product. Share that back with your creator community. Why not? It's beneficial to you as a game developer to do so. If you're Wizards of the Coast, why not support these formats that encourage really creative deck builders like Sam Black, like Ben Stark, like Andrea Mengucci? Keep them driving the interest and the incentive in your content by building an organized play structure that allows them to devote the time necessary to treat it like a job. Something that we feel really strongly about. We have the support of some of the pro communities from these other games. We just want to see this game develop, but we also want to see all games with a healthy embrace of competitive play. Tuning back in now, we have T-Max at the bottom of the screen. He has 6 mana. Dracora drops for 3. That's a Vortex on Oot. 3 mana left. That's a double Dracora and a pass. Now, neither of these cards are anything to mess with if you are the Business Fangs QD combo right now. They're all... You'd have to double team them to take them down. T-Max plays with Sioras, so now future Sioras will have no evolutionary value. It's important to think, especially if you're Oot, you want to remember how the early parts of the game go so you can plan out later games, later turns. Down comes Fangs. Now the QD can eat the Dracora. Of course, now with the curse, it is a 3/3. That leaves Cutie Bug alive at 2 health. Down comes Snowbeak. Will they team up? Here's another... I've said this multiple times, but I just don't like running this Ladecia out early in the game against basically an empty board. If you're planning on killing your opponent's board anyway, then just sandbag that Ladecia. It's too powerful late in the game. To help you come back, if your opponent out card advantages you, you can flip the script with a timely Ladecia. When you run it out early game like this into an empty board, your opponent just looks at it like a snack with a Snowbeak. Now, your T-Max may not have a Snowbeak. He does have a Magma Claw, though. Magma Claw takes out the Business, and it also takes out one other champion from Oot. Magma Claw goes easy on itself, goes light, will trade with the bug likely, but again, Magma Claw, if you don't eat it with the bug, now it just single-handedly traded with your opponent's entire board because of the fact that you have that Ladecia out there. Speedy comes down, could also trade with the Magma Claw. Hard to say what I would rather trade with. I'd probably rather keep Speedy as a 3/5 with 5 health. This bug at a 4/2 is a little bit easier to kill with something like a Fangs. Fangs also good right now if you're Oot, if you have the Fangs, but instead Oot prioritizing that one additional attack that bug represents, and I don't think that that's necessarily wrong. It's just not what I would do in that situation. I strongly prioritize the health of my champions, because the more health you have, the more that they can stick around to the next turn and deal that additional damage. Last turn, T-Max played just Magma Claw. So really he's taken 2 turns off essentially. There comes another Magma Claw, and this time it does get Ladecia. And Callius, not so scary when it's a 3/3. Fangs coming down, so T-Max playing that Magma Claw 2 turns in a row completely wipes the opponent's board. In effect, you lose the value of Ladecia by just trading with the Magma Claw. Although the Magma Claw is an additional 3 mana, but it was able to take out some of the other cards that Oot had. So it's not like it just traded 1 for 1. It almost 3 for 1. And when you're playing these grindy matchups, especially round 4, this is important value that if you can leverage it, you need to. Oot plays Shadowsteel and Speedy. Shadowsteel could Windseek Smacky, but I don't know if Oot plays that. Thank you guys for tuning in with me, your host, Brett Banfi, Champions TCG Tournament coverage. Again, Ladecia into an empty board. Again, something that I can understand, but your opponent has 7 cards in hand. You have 4. So your opponent is winning. Well, you have 3 on the field. So not necessarily winning, but the one way your opponent can gain the advantage over you here is his own Ladecia, smack your Ladecia, and double Retribution. So I just don't want to run into that if I'm the opponent. It's okay. It's okay.
He's in his room. Oh, okay. Brett's on a thing, so. Oh, okay. You guys can just go in there.
What's up, guys? All right. So, T-Max, this is a turn where it makes a lot of sense to plan out carefully. You have 9 mana. Encalius, Speedy, Shadowsteel, all at a 3 health. Okay, so Cutie Bug blooming itself. That's a good sign. If I'm Oot, I like to see that. That's not impactful. Ice Eagle, freezing Ladacia. That's another good sign. I feel very confident that my opponent is not going to run away with a huge edge on me. Booker, can you close that door right there? Or Hunter, thank you. All right. The frozen Ladacia is a good tactic if you're planning on killing in the next 2, even 3 turns. But if you're just drawing it out, I don't necessarily love it. I think maybe I understand you're trying to protect your life total, and the Ice Eagle will be able to eat the Shadowsteel next turn despite dying to this Ladacia. So likely what's going to happen is next turn the Ice Eagle will attack Shadowsteel, kill it. Cutie Bug will attack Ladacia, kill it. That will trigger Retribution, and the Ice Eagle and the Bug will both die because of the additional 4 damage that the Retribution will deal. Instead, the Shadowsteel just takes the Ice Eagle out right away. So again, if you're T-Max, if that's what you were planning on doing next turn anyway, Oot just saved you a turn, and you save 5 damage. The reason why it looks like he's doing this is because he's trying to preserve the Ladacia here. Now Shadowfang comes down. Nothing to Psybeam. Maybe do you Shadowfang first? I think you Shadowfang first and then get the additional value. But either way, again, going back, this will be a Bug Blast. Going back to what we said before, your opponent has revealed their whole play now, and T-Max able to carefully craft a plan for dealing with this. Fontaria comes down, will regrowth. Amy coming down, drawing Oot a card. This is tournament magic right here. We're seeing 2 players at the top of their game. There's the Dread Spike. I believe that was an evolution. Drawing Oot an additional card. Then Encalius takes out the Bug. Now Ice Eagle. After an attack for 4 from the Fang. And here again, playing your own Ladacia. Attack your opponent's Ladacia. Double Retribution. That will leave a Dread Spike as a 8/10 due to the regrowth with no shield. If you Ladacia and have a Hydroblast, you've effectively completely solved the problem that your opponent Oot has created for you. You really need Ladacia, Hydroblast. That is the sequencing that will get you out of this. If you don't have that this turn, your opponent is attacking back for 23. That will drop you to 20. That is lethal damage in 2 turns. Oot, a healthy 48. Does he have Ladacia? If he doesn't have Ladacia, it's not the end of the world. You could still muster up some sort of powerful strategy involving Snowbeaks, or I know he has no Ice Eagle because he's played 2 already, but there's definitely cards that, wow, was that just a pass? Did he just pass? Huh. I think what happened was when you just pass in that situation, that's because you're so uncertain about how to proceed with your turn that your entire turn goes all the way down. The timer goes all the way down,
and at the end of the day, you get nothing. So, at the very least, he should have triggered the Retribution right there. There's the Hydroblast. So Shadow Steel comes down, then finds Ciora. T-Max frustrated with himself right now. He couldn't find the line to take Oot out. He allowed his timer to click all the way down, and this will likely be a lethal attack here. And that's an attack for down to 11. Amy comes down. You still have an opportunity. It doesn't look like it because of the Fontaria triggered. So, yeah, this is just lethal. And Oot is going to advance. I believe took game 1. Will advance in game 2 as well. Let's take a second to just jump back in. Show the... let's show what the players are playing for here. These are the Tournament Edition cards, Gen 1, that players are competing for. They go to our top 8 in addition to the $500 in prizes. Thank you for being with us. That was round 4, Champions TCG. This is the $500 Weekend Open Series, and we have one more game left in our round 4 bracket. Let's jump in. And while you're watching this coverage, I will be right back. right, folks, welcome back. We are checking back into our last game in round 4. This is the penultimate round between Jaden Global, Commander Chief, Jaden at the top of the screen, Chief at the bottom. Both players with 2 cards in hand. Draconics just win seeking, but with the Chief all important 2 on the battlefield. Grumble goes down to Fangs. Fangs likely able to trade again with either Fangs or Business, so that is a 2-for-1. Ice Eagle comes down. That's a freeze on Draconics. Ice Eagle back with a Blizzard on the Ice Eagle of Jaden. Now the pig on the motorbike takes the Ice Eagle out. Then Business takes out Fangs. Not sure I like that attack. I guess you have to take that attack because of the fact that you're at 17. Amy with double greed here. But will it be enough? Instead, it is the Vortex. The small Vortex at 3. Jaden with 2 in hand. Chief with 1. The Draconics. Okay, so no, it's a Vanilla Jelly. Down comes Digglyfur right after the Hydroblast. So you have to feel great if you're Chief there. The Speedy can take out Jelly. The Draconics can take out Dracora. The Fangs can take out Amy. Looks like the Fangs preserving remaining 2 attack. And now Jaden on 2 in hand. Chief trying to come all the way back from down to 14. The Dread Spike up to an 8-11. Amy draws a card. 6 left for Chief. Ice Eagle comes down. That's massive. That might be game over. Jaden. Close but no cigar. He drops the shield on the spike. Now Draconics can get a 7 attack in. Ice Eagle can, or Munta maybe, or no, Digglyfur can finish it off with an attack for 4. And then you see, there you go. Instead, Draconics gets 7 into Global's face, and Amy unable. So here, you need some sort of retribution. You don't have it, but the beak does deal 4. Bug blasts Blooms the Chief back to 14. Too little, too late. We're gonna see a massive attack and likely only 1 turn left. And that's it. 14. No card in this format can deal Chief 14 this turn. It is a blast, but that's too little, too late. The Chief takes it down against Jaden Global. And while we are waiting for the pairings, we are going to just show the tournament series cards that are going to be awarded to our top 8 finishers this week. Those are Gen 1 cards. And we are looking at Solar Move for the winner, Glaciador for 2nd and 3rd place, and followed up by the Thorner for places 4th through 8th. Chief and Jaden Global will report their round, and we will be going to game 2. Round 5. All right, we have our last round coming up. We're just letting the players know. Let's check to see that result was reported correctly. It was. We can finish that round. We are going to open up our last round. We have Big C against Oot. Big C and Oot remain undefeated so far. We are posting round 5 pairings. And there they are. Big C facing off against Oot. Likely the coverage that we will be bringing you today. Yusin versus K1. Brodnik against Commander Chief. T-Max against T-Man. the Borg versus Notulus, Jaden Global against Zero, Boulder Magic, Kyle Haas, Hypnotic Savage Puppy, and Rafa Anymoon. Followed by the final match, Bay Blends. But we're going to bring you this Big C Oot, the battle between the undefeated masters. Under 10-cent format. Every card in this format that's being played right now is a dime or less on the marketplace. And you can build an entire deck for only around $1.50 to $2. Yesterday's tournament winning list was played by Magic the Gathering's Pro Tour Born of the Gods Pro Tour finalist, Jacob Wilson. That deck cost $1.56. We looked at the price of the winning deck list after the event. And yeah, $1.56 to build the tournament winning list. He did win $50 because it was a weekday event, but this is the weekend, and the weekends when the big guns come out. It's $500 prize pool on the line. If you want to play, if you want to join, if you want to learn Champions TCG, join our discord.gg/Champions TCG. Check us out on the socials. Reach out to me, Manifestable. I'll help you get started. And let's get going in our round 5 coverage. Big C, Oot. We're going to see Big C at the bottom of the screen, Oot at the top of the screen. Big C with 2 mana, 6 in hand. Went first. There's Business. Speedy likely able to eat it. Will drop Speedy to a 3/3, but Business doesn't care. Draws 2 cards. So greedy. Takes it down. Business. Big C, 7 in hand. We've seen Oot run out the Ladacia into an empty board multiple times. Let's see if Oot has a Ladacia. It could be a good time for it. It would trade with Speedy and Snowbeak. But Oot already pressuring the life total. An attack for 7 early in the game may seem like a little bit innocuous, but those attacks, those early attacks really can put your opponent on the back foot and force your opponent to make some suboptimal decisions later on in the game. Of course, that always the benefit of these early attacks. It's not necessarily that you're thinking that you're going to kill your opponent within the first 3 or 4 turns of the game, but what you are trying to do is get them off their balance. You want them to make these suboptimal decisions while you are pressuring their life total, and you force these bad trades. Big C able to take out the Snowbeak with the Speedy. It's a very nice way to cleanly answer the beak because it also answers the opposing Speedy. Not anymore. Bug will see to that. Instead, it just eats a bloom, and that's okay. Your opponent will have it sometimes. You can't hope to win every game. You can just hope to give yourself the best odds. And that's what we're seeing right now with Big C at the bottom of the screen. Down comes Snowbeak. Just going to trade with Speedy. And then a new Speedy comes down, and that is a nice clean answer. All said and done, players have traded off many cards, a lot of mana, and now Oot is gassing back up with Amy. Passing back, 5 mana turn from Big C. Speedy able to trade with Amy, but Fangs instead, much better answer. Speedy could stick around and maybe take out a Shadow Steel or something like that, so you don't want to trade it if you don't have to. Fang's a much better answer to Amy. Oot able to draw the cards, but now it's about converting those new cards into a board presence. With Munta on the battlefield, the Pig on the motorbike, you don't have the luxury of just waiting around. The Pig will start to leave tire marks in your living room if you let it. Beak comes down. That's going to be, if he's patient, he'll take out Fangs. If he's nervous, he'll take out Speedy. We could also see some sort of combined tactic. Maybe, a bug. The bug blooms itself, but we could also see something like, we could have seen an Ice Eagle or something like that. He chooses the patient path. Snowbeak takes the Fangs out. One left, and new Fangs could take it down. Munta can take down the bug. That would drop Munta to 2. That would leave it susceptible to the purple rat. The curse of the purple rat. Instead, Magma Claw. That was a big one. Magma Claw goes easy on itself, but takes out the opposing champions. Amy coming down. Not bad for Oot, but now his path of prioritizing patience, it is starting to wear a little thin. 13, 16 on the crackback would only drop Oot to 28. Instead, Speedy takes Amy out. Magma Claw likely to trade with Ladacia, and then an attack for 5 with Munta would drop Oot to 39. Instead, we just see going face. Snowbeak coming down. There's the trigger. And so prioritizing that 2 mana for 8 attack, but it does waste a card. I don't know if I love that from Big C. Especially when your opponent has the card advantage over you. I don't like spending a card for 8 damage there, unless it's going to kill your opponent in the next 2 turns. Now, he is representing an attack here for 12, which would drop Oot to 19. Unfortunately, the Munta comes down, and a Shadowfang. Shadowfang blooms itself to 7. Munta able to maybe take out Jelly. Now you're facing only an attack back for 5. You do leave a shell on the dark shell. And that's what we see. The Munta is a 5/2. Oot with 6 in hand. Now Big C with 8. Both players undefeated. Both players playing excellent tournament Magic. All cards being played under 10 cents in the card store. Make sure you check out. Head over to that marketplace. It's market.handcash.io. Scoop yourself up a few of these cards. They're great value for the benefit you get in the game itself. Now an attack with the Dark Shell takes out the Shadowfang. Munta striking back. The pig on the motorbike, lowly 2-1, but he's wobbling but upright. Magma Claw and 8-1. There's 2 mana left for Big C, and he has card parity despite being cards behind. So he's being a little bit more efficient with his strategy that will benefit him long term, but a little bit less efficient with his mana, as you see 2 just wasted there that turn. Instead, Oot, 7 in hand. 18 in the library. Incalius, double Incalius. I think it's one of the all-stars of this format. Incalius is so difficult to deal with. The crackback is 15, drops Oot to 16. That is significant. The only problem is these Incalius have the Aegis Shield, so they will not trade when they crack back. You will be trading with their shields, and that is not good enough. Bug comes down. It could be a Bug Blast. It is a Bug Blast. This is a game changer. We could see now an attack for 15, dropping Oot. No, it's an attack, for 13. Instead, we see Munta taking out the shield on Incalius. Then Magma Claw taking the White Dragon down. Attack for 3. And a Shadow Steel. Big time Shadow Steel here, but no Dread Spike. Wow. If you're Oot, you are watching that Dark Shell like a hawk. You cannot afford to leave the Dark Shell on the battlefield. That would be too much value for the Big C. Instead, we see a very passive Dark Shell of his own. It's a good card, but will it be good enough? The crackback will be 18, dropping Oot to 10, evolving the Dark Shell, drawing a card. I like Big C's chances here. That is the evolution we were just talking about. There is the card in Big C's hand for free. Not for free, it's 1 mana, but still a very powerful strategy now. A attack for 15 now available to Big C. Bug, Jello, Shadow Steel combined for 15 would drop Oot at 25 down to 10. 8 mana left, 3 in hand. Double Munta's lethal. Fontaria, if it survives though, can bloom the board for Oot. That could be very dangerous. The Dread Spike likely to survive till next turn. A blast could take it out, a Bloom Blast. So maybe you set up your next turn for a big lethal attack if you're Big C. Looks like he prioritized getting the Jelly off the battlefield, but wants to go face with the rest. Draconics comes down, big time Draconics, then draws Dark Shell, plays it, and I feel very confident that Big C is in the driver's seat. In round 5, Shadow Steel falls to the shell. Dread Spike evolves. That draws a card. That's a start. If you're Oot, that is a start, but is it going to be enough? Oot, importantly, is not in the desperate range. He is at 14. That is low, but it's not dire straits. We see the Ice Eagle come down with Dread Spike. If he had some way to bloom right there, that would have been massive. But instead just takes the Jello out. Regrowth on his champions. He is winning on board, but he's at 14. He will take an attack for 10 this turn. Munta would be lethal. Instead, Dread Spike frozen with an Ice Eagle, timely Ice Eagle. These opposing Dread Spikes both frozen, but wow. Big C double Ice Eagle. He will attack for 10, and this is huge. This is likely game over. Because there is no way. Well, Oot has 1 card in hand, so we can't say if Big C plays out. No, he has 1 mana. We're likely going to see a pass. Big C take his turn, and Oot take his turn. Fangs will have nothing to attack. Jelly can attack the Jelly could attack. Jelly attack the Dark Shell, evolves the Jello, nothing to blast. Business comes down. This is you're digging now. Shadow Fang, it's over. This is not enough to survive an attack for 4 next turn. And the pass back, that's it. Game over. And we see Big C getting a victory over Oot in that round. Very exciting tournament magic here. All cards being played under 10 cents in the marketplace. Make sure you head over to market.handcash.io. Check that out. And we see Big C joining the table. Oot at the top. I believe that was game 1. We are going to game 2. Big C on the draw. Taking his turn 1 with the White Lily. And he deploys it. Speedy the play. Down comes Business. Draws Oot 2. Back to Big C. Now, if he plays a 2-mana card here, then I like the deploying the White Lily. Otherwise, I just like keeping... Oh, and it was a Snowbeak. So, yeah, we've talked about this before. I think that a lot of players play their Speedy on turn 1 with the White Lily, but then fail to play a card on turn 2. I think that's a waste of a White Lily. Just using it for 3 damage, it's not good enough. That card is so valuable. later in the game when you need to maneuver around your opponent's defenses. Ami comes down. Oot, massive card advantage so far. Big C ahead on cards. Ice Eagle comes down. Likely the Speedy takes out the Ice Eagle. Now 2 to deploy for Big C. It is business of his own. He came with the suit. He came with the tie. Are the sleeves rolled up? We will see. I want to just point something out we've never pointed out on the show. Look at the legs on that frog. They are like, that frog is buff AF. He means business. That's his actual name. All right, let's see. Munta takes the Ice Eagle out, and it's a pass back. We'll see an attack for 5 here from the business and the Speedy. Munta would be an interesting play if he has Big C has his Munta of his own. Another good play could be Encalius. I would like an Encalius here. If I'm Big C, if I'm Oot, I would rather see Munta than Encalius in my opinion. Encalius so hard to deal with. We saw how many resources Big C had to spend to deal with Oot's double Encalius last game, still somehow managing to win. I don't know how he did that. What else could be great on turn 4? Ladacia, not a fan. I've talked about it over and over on the stream. I don't like running Ladacia into an empty board. Your opponent can just answer it 1-for-1 with Snowbeak. 2 mana, kill your 3 mana Ladacia. When later in the game, the Ladacia is so valuable for flipping and now you can just Hydroblast the Ladacia. I don't like that either. The Cutie Pillar. Setting the Ladacia up for a wicked Hydroblast here. Instead, it's the Stoneclaw, a quintuple Fortify. A lot of players are just killing their own White Lily to play around the Fortify. We see the Stoneclaw and then the Bug. I think Big C sees that and really likes that play. He's going to take this opportunity to get a big attack in. It will be 10. Oot will be dropping to 34. There's the Jelly to blast the Stoneclaw. That is what Oot needed last game. The Pillar takes out the Cutie Bug. And then an attack for 5. This will drop Oot to 39. 3 left to spend for Big C. Please don't play another Ladacia. I would love... What would I love here? Dark Shell. Dark Shell is a great 3-drop right here. When your opponent is sort of puttering, and you have a threat base that is already difficult to deal with, playing a card like Dread Shell or Dark Shell with that Aegis, instead business, but business is always good. We're always open for business at Champions TCG. And today is no different. You know who else is open for business? Oot and Big C, they are almost guaranteed to make it into the top 8. We're watching them for placement now. Both players likely to be competing tomorrow in our finals coverage. Day 2. Competing for the big prizes, $500. Champions TCG recently crossed the threshold, having tournament players earn over $10,000 in the past 2 months alone. A significant achievement for the game, such an early stage of the game's development, to see that they've already given out over 10,000, over 10K. That is a big sign, a big accomplishment for the things that are to come for the game. Cutie Pillar, lowly little 1/1, did bloom the Jelly. 6 mana now for Big C. Dark Shell from Oot. The Shell drops the Aegis shield by the attack from the Pillar. Now you could see the Ladacia eat it. The Jelly can eat the Fonterra, and you get an attack for 7, dropping Oot to 32. This strategy of Big C in this game seems to be chipping away at his opponent. Instead, no, Speedy just trades with the Shell. Maybe he prioritizes keeping his Ladacia's life total high. I think that's fair, because otherwise you put it into range of Speedy on the Counter-Strike. whereas this keeps it out of a range of Speedy. You're still falling to a Snowbeak, but okay, there is Fangs. And now we could see Business taking Frontera out. That's what we see. Attack for 10. Wow, it's even better than the original plan. 5 mana left for Big C too. He could play an additional card, and that is Dark Shell. A great card. He has no other 2 mana play, but that was a good turn. Okay, this is a turn where if you're Big C, you take your time to plan this turn out. This is not a turn where the hand makes the move, as they say in chess. You need to really carefully plan this out. 6, 10, 12, 14, 17. You're representing 17 attack. If you go face, that first of all, you just get 3 damage in because you know you're evolving your Dread Spike. That gets you 1 more card. Now you can play your turn. Icicle coming down on Ladacia, that changes the math dramatically. Now you rush face. If you have a 2 mana card as Big C, you can even play it into this Ladacia because of the fact that the opposing Ladacia is frozen. One thing that you want to try to play around here, if you are Big C, you're so far ahead on board that your opponent with a rush card like a Snowbeak can still trigger its own Ladacia because of the double retribution. So you want to play around that, and Callus comes down instead. That almost feels like a white flag. If I'm Big C, I see that, and I'm licking my lips. My face, if I'm Big C, probably looks very similar to this Fangs right now. I am ready to bite the neck. I see my opponent as a tasty snack, and I am moving on to the finals. I've earned my place as the top seed tomorrow's tournament. I am 5-0. Big C, well done, well-earned victory all the way through 5 rounds of coverage. He did get a bye in round 1, so let's be real. He won 4 games and got a bye. But at the same time, he did have to go through Murderer's Row to win that. Even in game 2, his game 2 opponent was extremely strong in 0, a very powerful mage of the otherworldly realms. And we are seeing that Big C and Oot both advancing to day 2 to compete for these gorgeous Gen 1 cards, Solar Moo, Glaciador, and Thorner. And while we are waiting for the rounds to finish up, let's bring you more tournament TCG coverage. Jumping in, we are going to follow the Hypnotic Savage Puppy stream, and we are streaming this. Give me a second here. We're going to jump into another game because Savage Puppy is streaming on his own, so you have the ability to watch that game. So just in the I would love to watch that game, but since we're streaming it already, let's grab another game. I want to go to this Calhas Boulder Magic game. Boulder Magic playing a very unique strategy we've seen. He plays the massive Diggly Furs, then he Psybeams them. We have a Grumble on the battlefield for Calhas. Calhas sees his Grumble go to the graveyard. Speedy takes it out, and Cutiebug finishes it up. It does take a double attack, but it is off the battlefield now. White Lily falls into the Diggly Furs prairie den. This muscular prairie dog, the Diggly Fur. He is not messing around. He sees someone walking on his grass, and he is upset about it. His own Diggly Fur, you want to play that ahead of time before killing the opponent Diggly so that you get that massive fortification. That's what we see in Diggly now, a 4/12, seeming like a boss. I think it's a pass back now to the Magic. Jelly and Bug against Diggly Jelly. Calhas has a slight advantage over cards in hand with 5 compared to 4 from the Boulder side. Draconics comes down, Wind Seeks, and passes after an attack for 4. Ice Eagle comes down, freezing the Draconics with a Blizzard. Now 2 for the Snowbeak. It drops Draconics to 2. Digleyfur takes it out, and Calhas playing classic, just mid-range Magic. It's a very effective strategy. These Blizzards really, and Rush cards combined, really do well to take out cards like your Draconics, which you're looking at as being a big-time differentiator between your board and your opponents. And suddenly, the Ice Eagle has something to say about that. The Ice Eagle sees this 7/6 dragon, the strongest card on the battlefield, but freezing it with its own Blizzard, taking it down with its muscular prairie dogs and its tiny blue owls. That is the power of the Ice Eagle, one of the best cards in Gen 2. All right. Now Calhouse has 7. Digleyfur is frozen with an Ice Eagle from Boulder. I'm going to turn my video off for just 1 second and be right back. Now we see Boulder with a 3/5 Shadow Steel. There is the Shadow Fang. Came down from Calhas last turn. Double Ice Eagle and the Digleyfur. Still a muscular prairie dog. 4/12. Looking very fierce. Looking very fearsome. And we see an attack there. The Ice Eagle is off the battlefield now after an attack, a curse from Fangs, an attack from Shadow Steel. All right. Now we see a big Shadow Fang turn. Both players playing with these Digleyfur Psybeam strategies. Shadow Fang comes down, is a massive 4/12. Dark Shell follows that turn. Now Boulder Magic. 3 cards in hand. Looking at a very formidable board, but all the way at full health. After an attack for 6, Boulder at 54. Shadow Steel and Fangs facing off against a slew of Fangs, the Bug, the Shell, and the Ice Eagle. Boulder with 4 in hand. Plays out Ladacia, plays out Grumble, and gets a business on the battlefield. Passing the turn back to Calhas, 2 in hand, 9 mana. Down comes the Digga. Digga gets a triple fortification, puts it in excellent range to be Psybeamed. The other nice part about this little Meerkat, the cousin of Digleyfur, it can evolve into the Digleyfur. That draws a card that would also triple fortify. Boulder at 54. Grumble, difficult to deal with because of that shield. Most times what players want to do here is immediately trigger the Ladacia. So what you would be looking at is maybe Dark Shell, hit your Grumble, Cutiebug, eat the Grumble, Ice Eagle, take out the business, Shadowfang, hit your Ladacia. Instead, we see the same strategy, just I think a slightly better version, planned and mapped out by Calhas. That is a strong strategy. We see him deal with the entire board. Down comes Munta, passing back. But again, with Boulder Magic now in the driver's seat, you know exactly what your opponent has in hand, and you can map your turn accordingly. It's also not a terribly difficult board to deal with, and you follow that up with a giant business. That is huge. If you're Boulder, 5 in hand right now. Snowbeak comes down. Snowbeak wants to eat the Shadow, trade with the Shadowfang. Has that rush, so it can take that out right away. And even if you, let's just say for the sake of discussion, you're Boulder Magic and that's all you can do this turn, it's not terrible because your opponent is only cracking back for 10. But now that opponent is cracking back for 7, likely what's going to happen is you'll see Digga attack the business. Munta, attack the Munta. And that's your turn. Boulder Magic will be facing a 2/4 Digga, a 5/1 Munta, and a 4/9 Stoneclaw. So a Hydroblast here is huge. It answers that Stoneclaw right away. Of course, you know, if wishes were fishes or wishes were whatever, you'd have a full cup, right? So likely no Hydroblast in Magic's hand, or else he probably would have played it right away. So instead, taking the time to think about this turn. It's a Dark Shell, so that's a setup for next turn. Shadowsteel coming down, probably Windseeked the Dread Spike. Okay, what are the effective attacks that you have if you are Calhas? First of all, Shadowsteel coming down, that's massive. Could go get his own Dark Dread Spike. Instead gets the Digleyfur. I think that's a little bit underwhelming, but it does draw a card. So the fact that it draws a card, that is good. Speedy comes down. Speedy can hit that Dark Shell. Uh, Stoneclaw can attack the Shadow Steel and then the attack for 5. So Boulder with 4 in hand. Back to this. We think that Dreadspike is one of those cards, but with no evolution now, you have to spend a turn casting that. And I think that's a little underwhelming. A Ladacia here could be really huge. No, if he had Ladacia, he windmill slams it. So likely we're seeing that Magic has no Ladacia in hand. We know he has Dreadspike, 3 random cards. There's a chance he doesn't have Dreadspike because maybe he already played it, but no, he does. He blooms himself with the bug. I like that play. A lot of players wouldn't make it. I think it's the correct play. Dark Shell comes down. That is a very good draw. Even though we're late game and it's only a 3/3, the Aegis Shield is huge. How does Kalahas want to deal with this Dreadspike? You can't ignore it. It's too powerful. Likely you put something insignificant like your Speedy under it to drop the shell. Maybe he can attack it with Diggly Fur and keep the fur alive. So maybe you go Speedy, break your shell, attack with Diggly Fur, and then throw Munta under it. So that would mean you can attack for 9. Instead, it's Speedy attacking the bug. Okay. The other plan that you could have had is, yeah, something had to attack that bug. The Diggly Fur could, of course, do it too. But nothing else on Kalahas could eat that bug. Instead, you're seeing the drop of the shell for the Diggly Fur. Now Munta throws himself under it. Now Stoneclaw throws himself under the bus. And now you do have it. The best part about that turn, if you're Kalahas, not only did you answer your opponent's board, you still have 12 attack and you have the shield. That's so important. Keeping that shield massive. And instead, Incalius comes down with a shield of his own. And let me tell you, folks, with Grumble following suit, the double shield could be advantage Kalahas, but that 5/5 and Callius with the shield is just so much better than the 3/3. And now the 3/3 is shieldless. Dark Shell dropped the shield to kill Munta. And I do like that play. Boulder with 2 in hand. The best part, again, about this strategy that Kalahas, that Boulder is facing right now, you know exactly what your opponent's doing. You also, there is Dizel with a big Psybeam, gets 3 health, Diggly down to 1/4. You're facing a very powerful Grumble. Grumble is nothing. You don't want to mess with Grumble, but Grumble does not trade direct with Incalius. You would need some sort of buff, like a Baba, something like that. Instead, it's Ladacia. Ladacia is a great draw if you're Kalahas when your opponent is empty-handed. The thing is that it's not even likely to trade with the board because the Dizel and Callius are so powerful. You are probably a little bit behind if you're Kalahas. Although that shield on the Grumble does change things for sure. So let's just say Boulder wants to trade the board. What does he do? He likely attacks Jelly into the Diggly Fur. He attacks Dizel into the Grumble. He attacks Incalius into the Ladacia. And then the Retribution triggers. Dizel is an 8/5 that takes 4 damage. So that leaves Dizel at 1 health. That would be advantage Boulder. Boulder would have a card in hand in that scenario. And 9 mana. Kalahas really taking his time to think about this. I think that Kalahas is planning what he would do if he was Boulder on the next turn. And making the decision that throwing the Diggly Fur underneath the the Dizelle is the preferred strategy. I will be right back with you folks. Just a brief moment. And we are back. I'm looking at, okay, we saw that Stoneclaw came down. We did see the trigger of the Ladacia by the Dizelle, and they are brethren. Just to let you know that Ladacia does evolve into Dizelle, even though they are separate families. One is light, one is dark. I think we all have a family member situation like that where one is light, one is dark. We all tend to assume that we are the light side, but it's not always often the case. Now, Cal has 1 card in hand, 9 mana, looking at a 5/1, no shield, White Dragon. Card that if I could be a card in this game, I would choose the Encalius. It's beautiful. Sees the sun shining on its back, looking out off of its rock perch out into the deep forest. I wonder if it's looking for a snack. It has some sort of red eyes. It has like in the movie Jurassic Park, that main thing has kind of like that. Okay, so it was a cutie bug. I think the decision there was thinking about whether to bloom Calhas or bloom the claw. I'm sorry, or the bug. Digley comes down, and Callius trades now an attack with the Stoneclaw. Digley at 4/6. The muscular prairie dog. Business, a perfect rip for Calhas. You have to feel like if you're Boulder that, I don't want to say the game slipped away with that frog, but oh wow, we see Smacky. And this is a perfect board for Smacky. Unfortunately, he will trade with the claw and the fur. Now comes Fangs. No, he won't. Never mind. So Fangs with the curse on the muscular prairie dog changes the math on the Smacky. You can't attack it. It's berserked. You can attack the business and the Fangs and pass back. You will be facing a random rip from your opponent. I think what you have to do if you are Boulder, you have to eat the Fangs, eat the business. Depends what's in your hand. Obviously, a Munta would change things. What would you want? Of course, the Ice Eagle, but I think the Ice Eagles have come out already. Importantly, we're looking at the top of the screen here. Boulder, considering this turn, 6 cards in library. Down at the bottom of the screen, Calhas with 8 cards in library, 3 on board, 2 for Magic. Digley Fur, the Clint Eastwood of Prairie Dogs, saying, go ahead, make my day. Okay, so it's Fangs, and we still see, I think it's a good decision. It was the correct play all along. And now Digga comes down as a 2/10. That is not always going to be a great draw, but on this board it is, because it's facing a Digley Fur, a cursed Digley Fur, and a Fangs, both of which it is much, it represents a much better body with the 2/10. That big butt on Digga. We see Smacky. I think he's thinking about an attack here. Will we see him attack the Stoneclaw? That would berserk the Smacky, take 4. Now it would go to 2, but it would be a 5/2. Instead, we see Smacky go face, and I don't really know. Oh, it gains 4 attack. So it would be a 7/2. So it could attack Digley Fur, go to a 7/2. Now we see Stone Claw come down. That double fortifies is a powerful card, still within Hydroblast range. Same with the Digga. I'm pretty sure if you're Magic, you want to attack this Smacky. You need to kill it with your Stone Fur, your Stone Claw, and the Fangs. That is unfortunate. Maybe you don't. Maybe... Unfortunately, the Digga just so much stronger than its counterparts. I think I probably would have spent a little bit more time thinking about that. Boulder Magic, I'm not sure. Maybe if there's like some sort of like Chat GPT could have told you what the odds were in terms of attacking Smacky versus not. I almost like the decision not to, but it's very difficult to make if you're in Boulder Magic's shoes. It's hard to evaluate that math, especially when your opponent is sitting at 28. Now Speedy takes Stone Claw out. Now you even have a much less chance to actually impact the board with an attack on that Smacky. So you see that Magic at the top of the screen made a difficult decision there, but it somewhat backfired on him. Here we're going to see likely the Claw attack Smacky. Smacky just a powerhouse on this battlefield. Now instead it is just an attack on the Claw against the Digga. That is to drop its health down to 4 and play Lidatia. And basically what Magic is saying is, I'm going to wipe your board on my turn. You can get an attack in for 17, drop Boulder to 19, would let Calhas play. So first of all, you have to kill the Stone Claw if you want to. No, it's not an attack for 17 because you have to kill the Stone Claw. So Smacky attacks the Stone Claw. Shadowsteel attacks Lidatia, which means you can attack for 5. But no, Calhas just going face, and maybe both players are just content to say, okay, we're in a race situation. Maybe Calhas has Ice Eagle. If he is attacking Boulder's face, there's a strong likelihood that the reason why is because Ice Eagle will come down for 4 mana this turn. Shadow attacks for 5. Then an attack from Speedy, then an attack from Digga. It seemed like maybe we have some sort of freeze in the game. So I'm not sure if we're keeping up with the current board state. I'm gonna do the unthinkable. I'm gonna refresh right in the middle of the turn. I want to make sure we follow what's going on in this turn. There it is, the triggering of the Retribution. Now the attack for 4 and pass back. Boulder sandbagging the card in his hand. Dreadspike, probably the best draw for Calhas. Rips it. And we will see how Boulder replies. Boulder does take his turn, draws his card. Now he has 2 in hand. This is a very difficult board state to deal with. You're at 19. You're facing an attack, which would drop you to 11. Your opponent has a monster on the battlefield, probably the biggest card in the format, with a shell. And instead, he's just going to race. He's going to say, okay, so attack me back. I'll go to 11. And then next turn, I'll drop you to 15. And something like a Snowbeak, something like a Speedy, that could be lethal. So for that reason, we see Snowbeak take the Claw out. Fangs drops Dizelle to a 6/7, and then the Spike eats it. Now Boulder with 2 in hand. Both players roughly around the same life total. That is Magma Claw, and then a Dark Shell. So it worked in Boulder's favor, I would say, when all said and done, compared to how I don't know if I would say he bluffed his opponent, but he somewhat got him to outthink what to do in that situation. He couldn't risk the attack. He went. There's Ladacia. Okay, so we're back to basically an even board state. You can attack for 11, drop Cal has to 6, but that means you are dead on the crackback. So obviously you can't do that. You can crack the Retribution with your Magma Claw by attacking Ladacia. That will leave your Dark Shell as a 3-3, but your opponent keeps an 8-2, so you have to attack it. And that means it's a clean board. So no matter what happens here, it looks like it's a clean board. Instead, it's just actually, again, the decision making here for Boulder to just ignore the Ladacia, go for the 8 damage. You know your opponent has to Ladacia on their own turn. So force them to kill your cards on their turn. That gets the extra damage in for you. And if you aren't dead to a Munta, nothing I think can attack for 7 with Ladacia. You could get a Baba or something like that, but that's only 3. You could business into like Munta. No, you could business into Munta Baba. Munta Baba would be 12. That would, yeah, you could play, no, because business can't draw 2 while you have Ladacia. So yeah, if you're Boulder here, you're feeling like, and it was a Baba, but isn't this dead? Yeah, you're dead. You're dead on the crackback. Wow. Somehow, I don't know how that happened, but the game declared Boulder Magic to have won, but I don't believe that that's correct. I believe that Boulder Magic survived. Let's take a second. First of all, we're going to go back to the tournament airdrop just so you guys can see this while we work out with maybe I missed something. Yeah, we're going to check in with the players because I thought Boulder was at 11, right? And Ladacia, Calhas had no cards in hand, drew Baba, blessed Ladacia, which buffed it to 7, attacked for 7, which would leave Boulder at 4, and Calhas was dead on the crackback because the crackback was a Magma Claw and a Dark Shell. So I'm not sure if that was maybe the players have put the image of the game on the screen. I do see lethal for Boulder Magic. So I see the players are communicating that Boulder did lose the game. He did have no cards left in the library. So yeah, that is the only way. So without that Baba, Boulder takes a crack for 4, dropping to 7, and it's lethal on the crackback. Baba exactly for lethal. Very good game. Very good game. Wow. Okay, so I'm not sure where we were at in terms of the rest of round 5. Let's take a check in. We see Big C won over Oot. We watched that game earlier in the round. Houston beat K1. Brodnik over Commander Chief, and T-Man over T-Max. The Borg beat Nicholas. 0 over Jaden. Calhas against Boulder Magic wins 2-0 in exciting, thrilling fashion. Hypnotics takes out Savage Puppy. Anymoon over Rafa. Blends over Bay. And folks, we are at the end of our event. Thank you so much for being with us. Exciting conclusion there to round 5. I sometimes get a little bit confused when we die by drawing from an empty library, because I just sometimes am not expecting that. But you can see how exciting, how pivotal these games can be, how they can come down to just one card at the end of the game. And there you have it. Baba was the card that Calhas needed to win that game. He ripped it off the top of the library. We'll see if that moves Calhas into position for the top 8 results. And in the meantime, let's review our tournament details. We'll go back to the results, and we will finalize this event. After 5 rounds, we're looking at the top 8, and we will bring you live coverage of this top 8. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. All right, this is your top 8 right here. We see Big C, no surprise, top of the bracket. We see Yusin coming in as number 2. We see Oot filling in at number 3. And then down into the weeds we go. Brodnik making it in at the 4 seed slot. I Am T-Man making it in with a 3-2 record, but with the highest opponent match win rate, with a 56% record. And K1 following that up with an equally impressive 56% opponent's match win rate. Finally, we see 0, and rounding out our top 8, Commander Chief. On the bubble, the Borg. Unfortunate for the Borg, he played an excellent tournament, but just short, and it came down to that opponent's match win rate. 3% the difference between Calhas, Borg, and the Chief, and that 3% pushes the Chief into the finals. Thank you very much for being with us. My name is Brett Banfi. I am your tournament host and organizer here at Champions TCG. This is what the players are playing for. The 14th tournament airdrop, over $10,000 in prizes. And folks, every single card that was played today in our tournament, they are all available on the marketplace for 10 cents or less. Go over and get yourself a set of these cards. They're tournament staples. They'll be tournament staples going forward. Thank you very much for being with us. We'll be back with more live coverage tomorrow. And until then, this is Brett, your host, signing off.